application. That's for,
So 4 are here currently?
I believe I can confirm, I've seen 3, but I'm not sure if the 4th
Okay,
has walked in.
okay. Should we do that first and then make our determination?
Sure.
Okay.
We currently have 3 members present in the closed session room.
Okay, and as far as the medical reason, I am okay personally with if that's a person who's been on before.
Absolutely. I can disclose that it is Anita Roberts who
Okay.
had submit the request.
I don't know if this is like an up for council type of thing. Since she has been on, I would be, and has a medical emergency, I would be okay with using her application that we have and then our understanding of her work for the past however many years it's been.
And I think it's just general council consensus for that.
So do we have consensus on that?
I do, as long as we've done the same in the past. Have we done the same in the past?
I don't think we've ever had a medical emergency.
I have not yet.
Then I'm okay with it.
I'm good with it.
Matt,
So
I want to ask a clarifying
Yeah.
question. Are we saying we're going to consider her application, not give her a separate opportunity to discuss, but just consider her application and her prior work on it to determine whether or not we,
move her forward.
and then for the 4th person, if they do not appear, what are we, if they're not calling for a medical emergency, then
Right.
they're just not interested in moving forward. Is that correct?
Typically, what we do if someone doesn't show up, unless, of course, again, the medical emergency is new, but if they don't show up, then we are assuming that they're not interested. I would, if that person were to reach out and say they had a medical emergency, I would reconsider that. But typically, that's what process we followed in the past.
Thank you for clarifying. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
And then I have one clarifying question. Since Ms. Roberts is not here, would she have to do the interview again, or we just consider her application?
From what I'm understanding is that the council is in agreement that they would consider her application and resume that she included with her application in lieu of an interview this evening. So
Okay.
appointments could be considered tonight.
Okay.
And I recommend that because she's been on, and so we have all, I believe, been able to understand, her experience and work and all of that.
Okay.
Which would be part of the interview for her. Again, though, that we have not heard any medical emergency from the other candidate.
That's correct, and I can provide, because I did do a random draw for the order of interviews, if that plays into your decision at all, and at the time
Sure.
that that person is called, then you
I-
can
that's
make that
fair. Yeah.
determination. Okay. So moving forward this evening, in the procedures for the interview process, it did call out that each applicant has 3 minutes per question. So I can count that with the clock if you'd like, so that we can keep everybody with an even amount of time to participate.
I think that's, they can see the clock up on the screen, you're saying? Okay, I think that's fair, although there are times where council may decide to ask further questions or for additional details, but we will keep that consistent.
Excellent. So then at this time, I will call the first applicant out. They can introduce themselves briefly, and then in whichever order you'd like to ask the questions, you can proceed with that as you'd like.
Does anyone have a preference about order? Yours is on here first. Do you want to go first? Okay. We will follow the order that's on the paper.
Excellent. And then just so that there's understanding or clarification of post-interview process, following the interviews, you'd ask for everyone's top 3 in order of preference. And I'll have that displayed on the screen so that it's visible for you to see and then consider when you're making your recommendations for appointment.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. The first person to interview is Jamie Tobin. We'll bring him out.
Amanda, can you clarify that all candidates have been, the process has been shared with them so they have a full understanding of how it's going to work?
As far as the interview process, yes. I didn't debrief anyone in the selection process aside from there is a selection process and that will be taken this evening
Okay.
if the council chooses.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Ooh,
Good evening.
bear with us just a moment. I'm going to make sure
Okay.
that doesn't keep happening. Can you please check the microphone?
Test.
That sounds
Test.
better. Thank you.
All right.
Welcome, Mr. Tobin. We are going to go down a list of questions and take some notes, and you are welcome, once you're done with your interview, to sit in the audience if you'd like to watch the others. We had a random choice of who goes first, and you picked the lucky number.
All right.
So we will be, as I said, just going through each one of us. Vice Mayor Pearson will be asking remotely, and all of our notes will help us to form our decisions. Thank you very much for your application and for coming this evening.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
We'll start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So my question is, for the last 2-year period, can you share 2 to 3 projects that transpired over that time that you liked and the why? And the more important thing is 2 to 3 projects that transpired and you didn't like and why?
That's a good one to start out with. I would say for the projects, I'm going to be honest, I haven't followed everything too closely in the last couple of years. Had a few things going on with the family. But I will say, just from the things that I've seen since I was in Planning Commission before, that I did like, were a lot of the road improvements that have been done around the town. I know that there was some.
I'm sorry, let me specify. Projects that came to Planning Commission, like
Oh.
road improvements don't come to Planning Commission. So it'll all be around your work, sorry.
And Councilmember Mendoza, can I ask one request? Madam Mayor, is your microphone on because it illuminates you and not the speaker for the public's viewing?
Yeah, my microphone is not on, but that's a good point. Can we have that directed to have the public see the candidate instead of me? This
Thank
happened
you, and I'm
another
sorry
time.
to interrupt.
No, I don't
apologize.
need to be front and center all the time. Thank you.
We can restart, and then matter of order, we neglected to inform the applicant that there is a 3-minute limit for answering each question from each council member.
Okay. So we go ahead and start again? All right, so for projects that have come before the Planning Commission, I would be guessing on which ones came before the Planning Commission. I haven't followed in the last few years, so I probably can't answer that fairly. You're welcome.
My question is next, and it is, what connectivity or opposition do you see between housing affordability, environmental equity, CEQA compliance and restrictions, and housing laws?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Yep. So I'm looking to find out what you see connected versus opposing regarding housing affordability, environmental equity, CEQA compliance and restrictions, and housing laws.
So as far as affordability, I'll say that that's kind of what landed me in Brentwood. Was it was more affordable than where I was living in San Jose. So I do see, as far as there is some conflicts between the affordability of housing here, regulations, and So, ooh, I'm blanking a little bit. But I would say that as far as affordability, man, I'm not doing good tonight. But like I said, that's what landed me out here. And since I've been out here since 2013, and prices have gone up a lot. The price of my home has gone up a lot. That's good and bad. It makes it harder for other people to get into houses. I know I have kids that are adults now. It makes it a lot harder for them to be able to do the first time buying without any help from the government. Um, so those are things that I think about it as a citizen. Is how are my family going to be able to get on their own feet and get going in the community, whether it's here in Brentwood or anywhere around. I know that the cost to live in Brentwood is a little bit more than surrounding cities, so that makes it a little bit harder for them to stay here in Brentwood. And that, just like any other family, probably makes it hard to stay here. And a lot of that is for the money that's going into roads or the infrastructure, things like that. It's nicer to live in Brentwood than some of the surrounding cities. So to me, that all factors in and plays together.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being here.
No problem.
Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission.
The duties of the Planning Commission are to review the projects that are put before them, that are prepared by the city planners, and to make sure that they meet regulatory requirements and that they meet any of the economic impacts or the environmental impacts, making sure that if everything meets code and meets all of the requirements, that you vote on it fairly, that you don't use opinions, that you go by the rules and make your decisions based off the rules and the laws, and that's my answer. Is it 3 minutes, Ron, or I just guess?
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Same question I've asked for 3 years in a row, so let's make it 4 straight.
Right.
If a planning commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs upholding state law and the oath of office?
So make sure there's no tricks in here. Can you repeat
Not a
it?
one. There's not a trick in there at all. Are you going to follow your oath of office and abide by the state's laws and governing bodies?
Yes, I will.
Good afternoon, Mr. Tobin. I'm online, the big voice above your head. So planning commission decisions often shape a city for decades. Tell us about a time you had to make a difficult decision that balanced competing community interests, and how did you approach it?
This makes it easy when it's up on the screen. So the biggest one that sticks out to me was when I was in planning commission before, and we had the Goodwill one that came up, and we had a lot of people from the community that came out to speak on that one. So that was really hard to see everybody's hearts out and showing that a lot of them didn't want something that that was coming to their neighborhood, and they all had different reasons. And but on paper, we had to judge or do our voting based off of what was law. So with that one, I know that there were some things about traffic that came into play, and that I did end up voting no on that one, and we were split on the planning commission. But that was a tough one for me, and I've reflected back on that a few times, and I see that it's still not here. But I would have to go back and look at that more to know that that was the right decision or not the right decision. But I have to stand by that now. I think the other, is it just planning commission or you want any other examples?
No, I think that was a good example,
Okay.
but if you want to expand, if you want to talk about another one, hey, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, I don't remember this one coming to us. It was more city council that I just remember around that time was the homeless shelter that they were trying to zone, and everybody came out on that one too, to the city council meetings. And I know that made it really hard for city council because so many people were worried that there was going to be a homeless camp that was going to be put in their backyard, and nobody wants that in their backyard. So that was a hard one to even watch, and I felt bad for the city council at that point. I feel like that they let everybody talk, they heard everybody out, and that I know when I went to that, it was a few hours long, and like I said, I think they did a really good job. They made the best decision that they could at the time, and they moved on from there. But yeah, so that was the other one that kind of popped into my head is talking about the other one.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Anything you'd like to say in closing?
Yeah, just real quick. So sorry about the beginning of this and not quite being as prepared as I as I wanted to be, but I would like a chance to come back and help out on the planning commission. I'm not sure exactly why I wasn't asked to come back after I did 2 years before. So I don't know what the reasoning was there, but I do know that and since then my life has changed a lot. My family's grown. They moved out of the house. My career has grown. I've moved up in each different path that I've gone through. So I think I've matured a lot more since then, as far as just like compliance and regulatory portions of this that would help me to be even a better planning commissioner now than I think I was back then. That's all.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay and watch if you'd like.
All right. Thank you.
Amanda, I didn't see the timer for any of the questions, so I'm guessing that means for all of the candidates should have the same lack of clock.
The clock is on, I guess it's just not with our technical issues we're having on
Right.
this screen here, but they can see it on the large clock behind you.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
The next member to interview or candidate, I'm sorry, is Tawhid Agshar. We'll bring him in.
Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us this evening and for putting your name in the hat for this. We appreciate your time. We're going to go down the line, ask questions. We are happy to repeat if it's not clear the first time. You will have 3 minutes to answer each question, and then in the end, you can make some closing remarks.
Great.
So thank you again for coming. We will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Good evening. Thank you for coming out. In respect to planning commission projects, can you please share 2 or 3 projects that have transpired over the last 2 years that you liked, and then 2 or 3 that you did not like, and the reasons why?
Personal projects or city?
No,
of
when
Brentwood
you
projects?
watched the meetings over the last 2 years, what projects did you like from that went through planning commission, and some that went through that you didn't like, and the why?
I don't know about the last 2 years, but I could tell you the expansion of Lone Tree and the expansion of the 4 several years ago. I love those projects. Anything infrastructure-wise, I'm a fan of. Other than that, I've had some personal kind of projects, but those are the ones that kind of.
Okay, thank you.
out.
And I will go next. Thank you. What connectivity or opposition do you see between housing affordability, environmental equity, CEQA compliance and restrictions, and housing laws?
I think there's always going to be a conflict. we have ordinances and laws, especially CEQA, the California Environmental Act in 1970. It basically was to enhance the public's knowledge and how these projects impact the environment. So I think there's always going to be a conflict because development in itself is going to impact the environment. How we deal with it is I think the most important thing. Public policy, ordinances that restrict business, they're always going to be in conflict. How we deal with them, how we inform the public, and how we respond to individuals and businesses, I think is paramount.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission.
Good question. I think it's a responsibility, but more importantly, for one, you have to kind of weigh between the general plan, the responsibility of making sure that each applicant and their project is heard, and third is to comply with the law. So all of those things I think are important to make sure that we stay on track to make sure our community is better.
I'm sorry, you kind of tailed off at the end. What was the end of that?
So you have a responsibility, or we have a responsibility as citizens, and you have a responsibility as a planning commission to make sure that each project first, it's heard. Secondly, it complies with all the laws. Third, that the general plan of the city is adhered to.
Okay. If the Planning Commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but it's against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs, upholding state law and your oath of office every time?
I think we have to. We have to separate ourselves from the general good. That's how I feel. If it's conflicting with my own personal views, I have to just step aside, and absolutely vote in favor of what the law is.
Good afternoon, sir. The Planning Commission decisions often shape a city for decades. Can you please tell us about a time where you had to make a difficult decision that balanced competing community interests, and how did you approach it?
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing that.
I can repeat that. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah. Yes.
The job of the Planning Commission is very difficult, but it also can shape the way a city looks for decades. Can you tell us about a time you had to make a difficult decision that balanced competing community interests and how you approached it? And it can be any example.
I can give you an example from a personal perspective. I applied for a conditional use permit in the LA region about 15 years ago. It was in a community where I was applying for a car wash, to build a car wash, and the existing property was butted up right next to a local neighborhood. At the hearing, a few neighbors came and said, "Oh, this is going to cause more noise. This is going to impact our living standard. It's going to reduce the value of our homes because there was a car wash." After we ended the session, we actually went out to those neighbors, reached out to them and said, "Okay, what are the real problems?" And it was basically the hours that needed to be adjusted. between, running in at night or having a 24-hour car wash like they have now, and just adjusting the hours. So it's a matter of listening to the community and then maybe conforming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you would like to make any remarks in closing, that would be fine. And when you're done, you're welcome to sit and watch the rest of the interviews or leave. That is up to you.
I think I bring a different perspective. I bring a business perspective. I understand plans, permits. I understand zoning. I understand general plans. I understand some of the dichotomy between those. At the end of the day, I like to serve this community because I love it, and I want to see this community grow in more of a planned view rather than an impulsive way. And I'd love the opportunity to give back. That was it.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Thank
again
you.
for coming.
The next applicant we have is Mark Anderson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us this evening
Thank you for having me.
and braving the weather. So we are going to go down the line. We each have a question for you. You will have 3 minutes to answer. And when you're done with the whole interview, you're welcome to stay and watch the rest of the interviews and discussion or leave at that point. And you're also welcome to, at the end, make a statement, a final closing statement. So we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Good evening.
Good
Thank you
evening.
for coming out. Over the last 2 years, can you share with us some projects that have gone through the Planning Commission, 2 that you like that have transpired and the why, and maybe 2 or 3, and then 2 or 3 that you didn't like and the why?
Good question. I could probably start with the ones that I didn't like.
Okay.
I live in Shadow Lakes, been there 25 years, original resident. And when the Bradley project came our way, obviously my concern is the traffic going through Shadow Lakes onto Adams and Heritage, one way in, one way out, as we know. So I was against that because that would affect just traffic patterns all in our neighborhood, as well as, probably starting to overcrowd what is already an overcrowded school. 278 homes are going in there. So what would be interesting is if I was on the other side of like a planning commission, what were the positives or the takeaways that brought that in? So it'll be good to take another look at that or other types of decisions in the future to understand how it happened versus why it didn't happen. Some planning things that have come, well, in 25 years, I've seen the highway bypass come in. I've seen, road expansions, other projects with renovation down here. I do like what's been happening. I think those type of projects have added value to the city of Brentwood from a practicality standpoint and probably also from a revenue standpoint. So I would say those types of projects I think are successful and have added value.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we are happy to repeat the questions if they aren't clear the first time.
Sure.
What connectivity or opposition do you see between housing affordability, environmental equity, CEQA compliance and restrictions, and housing laws?
Wow. So your question is timely, as my daughter, who went through Cray, Adams, and Heritage, and her husband are closing on their first house in Brentwood. So housing affordability is difficult. They don't qualify for any of the special housing, but they're not like, you know, a huge deposit. So I'm experiencing that through them right now, and we need to find out what's the happy median to figure out how do people, kind of afford to live here. Part of the reasons why I'm running for this is not just for my daughter and son-in-law. My grandkids are going to be raised here like I've done for them, so it's important. One of the things you'll have to, what were the last two you'd mentioned?
Environmental equity, CEQA compliance and restriction, and housing laws.
So January 30th, I concluded a 42 career in IT, and 18 of it was with Kaiser. And I understand compliance pretty well, at least from a healthcare standpoint. So I think that's the dance, if you can call it. What you have to do is what is required and what is needed, and finding that balance between the two. You have to understand both those sides to make a reasonable decision. Environment is important. What do we do with our wastewater? What do we do with our farming communities? We were built as a farming community 50 years ago, does not look anywhere close to what we see today. So should we err on the side of growth versus what got us here? I don't know the answer to that, but that's part of what this planning commission needs to figure out.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission.
I've been thinking about this for a while now. I think the duties of the Planning Commission is to look at agenda items coming their way and finding out, does it add value? Does it add prosperity? Does it add income and what have you to the city of Brentwood? And I look at Brentwood first. If you pay taxes here, you go to school here, you do business here, you live here, I mean, those are the people we need to put first. So the real balance is trying to figure out all the things that the Planning Commission needs to do that still puts those people first.
Good evening. If a planning commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but is against your personal beliefs or wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs, upholding state law and your oath of office?
So January 30th was my last day of my career, and I got rewarded with summons to be on jury duty. So like jury duty, I may not agree with circumstances or personal beliefs or what have you, but my duty as a citizen, as they select me to, I hope they don't select me to run for jury, but is to be able to place the law applicable to whatever the situation is and do it equitably. I don't think you need to throw in anything beyond that. And if you are, then are you really serving, again, the people of Brentwood first?
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry, I'm muting. Planning commission decisions often shape a city for decades. Good afternoon, by the way, Mr. Anderson. I'm
Hi.
sorry, I should enter with that. And your statements today give us hope that some of our children may be able to return to the city where they went to school and afford a house, but I don't know. But the planning commission decisions often shape a city for decades. Tell us about a time you had to make a difficult decision that balanced competing community interests, and how did you approach it?
Community interest. Well, this may sound a little small, but I own a couple classic cars, and we do these cruise nights in the city of Brentwood every now and then. And uh, I know a few of the police officers in town, and one of them, Eric, is another car owner, and I go, Eric, we could plan a route where there'd be an outer loop and there would be an inner loop, and you won't have people trying to cross the street and block traffic. I mean, it's really a chaotic night, but it's a fun night. Whether you're a vendor down here doing great business or you're just watching the cars or even participating. But I said, we can put in a pattern that makes the flow go really good, doesn't block any of our pedestrians, and you can go in and out of either of the loops and leave or enter at any time. So I know that's kind of a small issue, but it was something that I thought of because after attending it, it was a little on the crazy side. So maybe that's a solution to might be a simple problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make any closing remarks?
Well, I've already said that Brentwood first is kind of my motto. After 25 years of living here, and now I'm going to watch my grandchildren grow up here. It's personal. And I'm proud of my career, but now that I'm in my retirement days, I have an opportunity to give back. And I think this might be a good fit for me, and hopefully with the board and what have you, you'll agree with me. So just thank you for the opportunity to interview, and I appreciate it, and best of wishes.
Thank you very much. Amanda?
Thank you. The fourth applicant is arrived in the back. So we'll call Gerald Johnson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us this evening and for braving the weather and for reapplying. Glad you enjoyed it enough to want to do that. You know the routine. We're going to ask questions down a row, and we are happy to repeat them if they aren't clear the first time. You'll have 3 minutes to answer each question. At the end, you're welcome to make remarks, and you're also welcome to sit and listen to the discussion. So we will start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello.
Welcome back. This one's probably an easier one for you than everybody else. So over the last 2 years, can you give me 2 or 3 projects that you liked that went through Planning Commission, and 2 to 3 that you didn't like, and the whys?
Okay. There was a dance school down on Harvest Boulevard where young folks got to do ballet and dance, and they came out in full support of that organization. I was very happy to vote for that. That was something that was pleasurable to see happen in the community. Another one I liked is the streets of Brentwood, with Shake Shack coming to the streets of Brentwood. And I like that as well. And some that I didn't like, some of the tougher ones, what is the Bridal Gate. Bridal Gate was tough because of the angst that it brought the community, not wanting to have more homes come into the community, not wanting to have more traffic. That was an issue. And then there was one, I'm trying to remember the name of it, by a school where we also had a lot of traffic issues, where there's 2 schools next to each other. Can't remember the name of the private
Vineyard
school.
Academy.
Yes, Vineyard Academy, where that brought a lot of traffic to the community. Community didn't like it. There were videos posted of, cars speeding down the streets. And so those were ones that I didn't particularly care for.
What connectivity or opposition do you see between housing affordability, environmental equity, CEQA compliance and restrictions, and housing laws?
Well, the state is constantly trying to get more affordable housing into the communities. So they are waiving and they are changing CEQA laws and laws in general on an annual basis. So because the state is wanting to constrict our ability to have a say in what's going on in our community, so to speak, the state has been changing the laws to make sure that they can have as many homes as possible come here. Now, affordability is a key issue because without affordability of homes, we can't have people live here, they can't work here, so it's a very key issue. But at the same time, the state is controlling the things that, like CEQA laws, to make it more difficult to have any say about increasing homes in our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
No problem.
Please explain the duties of the Planning Commission.
So the way I look at it is our duties are to maintain the general plan to the best of our abilities, to abide by the laws set, to use our judgment in cases where we're listening to the community, in cases where there is wiggle room, to use our judgment based on our experiences to help bring forth, to abide by the zoning and the general plan. So that's what I think that we're there to do.
You good? Good evening.
Good evening.
Just being consistent, sir. If Planning Commission agenda item is consistent with state law, but it's against your personal beliefs or your wishes, would you vote against your personal beliefs upholding the state law in your oath of office?
Yes, and yes, and it's sometimes it's difficult, but the answer is yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for being here. The Planning Commission decisions often shape a city for decades. Please tell us about a time you had to make a difficult decision that balanced competing community interests, and how did you approach that?
Decision. Probably one of the most difficult decisions I had to ever make was with the fire department downtown. The veterans were right next door to where the fire department was. And there was competing interest. There were a lot of reasons why, it was a county piece of property. There was a lot of reasons why, the county owned the property. They leased the property. I believe they leased the property. But that was a difficult decision. And you had two competing forces. Nobody wants to go against veterans, and safety is very important. So that was a very difficult decision to make.
Thank you.
Okay, closing remarks before we finish your interview.
Sure. Again, my name is Gerald Johnson. I'm a certified management consultant. I served on the Planning Commission for 2 years. I do my best to reflect the will of the community while upholding the laws and the general plan and zoning. Try to use my judgment to make balanced decisions as best I can to serve the city of Brentwood in the best way possible. And so I thank the City Council for allowing me to speak and allowing me to interview for this position.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And you can join your fellow applicants if you'd like to do that. And I think we are going to, at this point, move into public comments. Is that where we are?
Yes, that's correct. At this time, members of the audience who'd like to speak to this agenda item are welcome to fill out a speaker card or raise their hand on Zoom. I do have one speaker card in person, Mr. Floor.
Thank you, Amanda. Before my time starts, I just want to make something clear as a point of order. I am the Planning Commission Chair, and there is a quorum present in the audience tonight. And I want to make very, very clear that the statements that I am making are my own personal views, and that I intend to not discuss anything that would be coming before us that we would have to vote on. So um, that's my intention. Katie, if I do something stupid, please let me know. Thank you. Thank you so much. And on a personal note, I've been in communication with Anita Roberts today, and she is very sick. I won't discuss her condition, HIPAA, but I will tell you that she's very disappointed that she couldn't be here, and she very much wants the opportunity to serve, and she just regrets her inability to be here. Okay. The California Constitution, to which we are all sworn to bear true faith and allegiance, states in Article 11, Section 2A, that the legislature shall provide for city powers. This is done in the government code. Gov 65101.a provides for cities to create planning commissions and states, each planning commission shall consist of at least 5 members, all of whom shall act in the public interest. In the public interest, not the special interest, not the applicant, not the city council, the public. And this is the mandate. In the 8 years I've been observing and participating in the Planning Commission, I've been consistently impressed with Anita Roberts and her deep commitment to this principle. At a time when the Planning Commission seemed to be stacked with commissioners who were content to just go along with whatever staff recommended, Anita stood out as a commissioner who was willing to dig deeper. She did her homework and came prepared. She asked the questions the public would ask. To this day, Anita speaks with dignity and authority and with deep respect for the public. She is a role model for all of us. In the last several years, I've come to know Anita personally as a friend and colleague. She's an exceptional human being, kind, honest, caring. Anita has deep integrity and solid moral principles grounded in her faith. Anita knows that to do this job right, it requires a lot of work and patience. Even in times of adversity, Anita stays steady and resolute. She does what needs to be done because she believes the people deserve the best from their commissioners. The good people of Brentwood are fortunate to have her on the dais. I'm here before you to recommend and encourage you to keep Commissioner and past Chair Anita Roberts on the Planning Commission. She has more than earned her spot, and her presence on the dais elevates all of us. She has the experience, the commitment, the integrity, and the desire to serve the public that qualify her as the best possible appointment. Anita Roberts deserves your vote. Thank you so much.
I have no other speaker cards in person. I do have a hand raised in Zoom. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We had some great candidates tonight interviewing for our planning commission. However, I would like to highlight, I wanted to say the guy with the North Face jacket, but I found his name is Mark Alexander. It seems like his heart is where it needs to be. He understands compliance, legal, any things that anything that is required for a good commissioner to make a legally based decision in the best interest of his community. And I want to mention that even though he said he retired, I would like to think that he starts a new season serving the Brentwood community. The next item, I would like to ask you to consider Dr. Roberts to continue her tenure on our planning commission. She, as Rod already highlighted, she always has the best interest of our communities at heart. She proved it year over year, and her ethics principles, and just her just being a part of this planning commission says it all. She always voted and considered everyone's opinion, popular or not, and she always made the decisions that, again, serve our community. The first two candidates, I have to put a pause on those because as they were highly unprepared. One former planning commissioner, he had no idea what's going on in the city. He had no idea what a planning commissioner does. I think that was very, very obvious. And the second guy, former developer. Let's not do that to our community. So both of them are out, in my opinion. And Tony, you will need to recuse yourself nominating Mr. Johnson. He even today, he had no idea where the development by Vineyards Academy is, and he didn't have the same idea where that development was when the development was in question. So please do not.
I have no additional hands raised.
Yes, Katie.
Madam Mayor, if you wouldn't mind, Planning Commissioner Floor referenced the fact that we have a quorum of the present Planning Commission in the audience tonight, and I just wanted to clarify why that is not an issue. Under the Brown Act, a legislative body such as the Planning Commission cannot gather to hear, discuss, deliberate, or take action on any item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of that body. Your selection of new Planning Commission members is not within the Planning Commission's jurisdiction. It's not part of their subject matter. So I just wanted to clarify in case there were questions on that score.
Thank you for saying that. Okay, we can move it into council discussion at this point. Who'd like to start?
I will say, I do have some concerns, and I can't remember his name. The one, you're in construction, and you've done work for the city of Brentwood, and you've done a lot of work for this, you've done work for the school district too. And to me, that's a little bit of a conflict of interest that you've done work. It doesn't feel, I'm not comfortable with that. And we have had commissioners that have had to recuse themselves before, and it becomes a problem. So that's the only thing I can think of there.
Okay, what other discussion?
Can you clarify who you didn't say the person's name, you said just.
Oh,
you looked
I'm sorry, I don't want to
wasn't-
mispronounce his name, let me read it to you. Hold on, let me find the spelling. It's, sorry. Tahid.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And it's possible to have him clarify, is he continuing to work in the city of Brentwood, or does he have ongoing projects or relationships that he would have to recuse himself on? I'd like to ask a follow-up question.
I'm okay with that if you'd like to approach.
I mainly do public works jobs, so the way it works is cities like Tracy, Brentwood Union School District, Liberty Union, they put out a bid.
Mm-hmm.
And so we compete. And as we compete, if we're the lowest possible bidder that's qualified, we get the job. I can simply not bid in Brentwood. It's that simple for me. So it's really easy to separate myself. But I'm not going to separate myself as a business owner in Brentwood. I'll always be a business owner in Brentwood. I'll always be a resident of Brentwood. That's why I'm here. So.
Yeah, and that's what's caused some problems with some of the prior commissioners, is the conflict of interest and also relationships. So that it still continues to be my issue. I would just be apprehensive. And I understand that you might not have any ill intent, but it just makes me uncomfortable.
I get it.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What relationships, I don't know who was here before.
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know
even a couple meetings ago, staff knew someone, they brought a project forward. And even that, I feel like it just felt uncomfortable. So if we could have
I see.
separation from city business and businesses, I think it helps. I think it keeps things cleaner, in my opinion. That's just my opinion when I'm looking at applications.
Understood.
What I look for and what I don't look for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Can I
Thank you.
address that? Or I think it also.
I'm pretty set on my
Okay.
ways. It's not going to change my opinion.
Okay.
But thank you.
Oh,
Other discussion? I'm going to mention what I look for, but I also think that we could move into the ranking that we're going to do once I am done with that. I typically, okay, so some of you have noted, and I completely agree, we're in a time where the state is trying to take a lot of control from the cities, any local jurisdictions at all. And so the idea of bringing someone that doesn't have a clear understanding of how that works and where you can, like for example, our design standards might help us to improve a project that we have to approve. So I have some hesitancy about bringing someone who doesn't understand that world well enough to be able to find nuances where you can say, yes, this is actually legal for me to turn it down this way, but if they make an amendment that would actually serve the city a little bit better, I will accept that. So I feel like I need to have a majority on the Planning Commission that really, truly understands how those things work. And so it is sometimes, and again, I haven't made a decision yet, it is sometimes hard to bring new people in based on that. The Planning Commission this time is very different from other planning commissions in the past, probably will be in the future, based on the housing laws especially that have been happening lately, and the fact that they are pushing so hard to just build, take all of our control away, not allow us to make any decisions based on the needs of Brentwood itself. So I always have, those are the kinds of things that are top of mind for me when I'm asking my questions and when I'm hearing the interactions. But I do think if no one else has comments, we can move into the ranking at this point.
Mark is my first choice. Anita is my second choice, and Gerald would be my third choice.
And bear with us, because there will be probably some times where we need to check our notes before we make our decisions.
All right, my first choice is going to be Gerald Johnson. And then Dr. Roberts. And Mr. Ashgar.
My first choice will be Gerald Johnson. Second choice would be Mark Anderson. And third choice would be, is it Jamie Tobin?
My first choice is Gerald Johnson. My second choice is Tauheed Ashgard. And my last choice is Mark Anderson.
My first choice is Anita Roberts. My second choice is Mark Anderson. And my third choice would be Gerald Roberts. I mean, excuse me, Johnson. Johnson is married. Sorry. So you got to make your nomination.
If your choices would be your nominations, you can go ahead and make your first nomination, Madam Mayor, and then we can take a vote.
To be honest, I'm still kind of back and forth on number 2 and number 3.
And you can take your time.
I'm going to take a minute. I would like to recommend Anita Roberts, though, if we can start there.
And then we'll do a roll call vote to nominate Anita Roberts as Planning Commissioner. Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
No.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
No.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes.
The motion moves. Anita Roberts is the first appointment for Planning Commission.
I'm going to recommend Gerald Johnson.
In the roll call vote for nominating or for appointing Gerald Johnson to the Planning Commission, Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer,
Yes.
and the appointment is made. So our 2 appointees for Planning Commission is Anita Roberts and Gerald Johnson.
Thank you, everyone, for, again, for dedicating your time for the application process, for your engagement. We hope that you will come to Planning Commission meetings and council meetings and let us know how we're doing. Thanks. We need a motion to adjourn at this point.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, we are adjourned. Do we need a minute in between meetings, everyone? Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular City Council meeting for February 10th, 2026. We have a quorum, so we can begin. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson. Vice Mayor Pearson? That's because my microphone was muted. Apologies. I'll start the roll call over. The meeting has been called to order. Councilmember Maloney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hold on just a moment, please. Vice Mayor, can you please confirm you're alone in the room?
Vice Mayor, your microphone is muted.
I'm alone in the room.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to start with a presentation. Alan Bacalar, Director of Engineering, will introduce the presentation for tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This evening, I'm presenting alongside DoorDash representatives the DoorDash delivery robots. As a quick summary, we have been in discussions with DoorDash and Porter Labs with regards to an encroachment permit and agreement to allow them to pilot their robot delivery operations, which they'll expand on later in the presentation. As part of this encroachment permit and agreement, the applicant's required to provide a deposit account along with the permit. Once it's issued, we've been going through permit conditions that goes over operations, safety requirements, and some other key aspects that's going to be needed to be met prior to operation. There's also insurance requirements that has to be met. They also provide a surety to cover any damages that may happen, as well as this permit and agreement is revocable at any time. In discussions with Polar Labs and DoorDash, this is the boundary they're currently looking at to initially deploy within. So this is their service boundary. It's generally within the bordered by west side by Fairview Avenue, Balfour Road to the south, Sellers Avenue and the city border to the east, and then Marsh Creek, Sunset Road, and Sand Creek Road to the north. This is their initial pilot area they're looking at. So they would not be operating in the rest of the city, if approved. These are at a high level, these are the permit conditions we're looking at initially. We are looking for having them operate no more than 2 robots at any time. And these 2 robots would be followed by a human operator with DoorDash. So that would help to ensure that the robots are operating correctly. And also, if there's any questions from the public, that the DoorDash operator is right there to address any questions. In addition, prior to operations, there's going to be training required of police and public works staff to ensure that police and public works staff are properly trained to know how to move a robot in the event it becomes incapacitated within the right-of-way. There's also hours of operation restricted between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. There's also going to be restrictions with regards to no operations within 300 feet around schools during pickup and drop-off times, and also no operations within a 1,000-foot radius around planned special events. With that, I'll hand it over to DoorDash to present their robot.
Can I ask a question real quick? When did your conversation start with DoorDash?
I would say it started about over 2 years ago. I think the inquiry first came in through the city manager's office at that time, possibly with the assistant city manager and economic development. So there was a lot of interest from that side.
Okay, do you know how much staff time has been spent on this in the 2 years?
As far as the staff time spent on the permit reviewing it, it's hard to say. I would estimate it at maybe 12, 15 hours.
That's from the permit perspective. How about any other staff?
Just from meetings with the operator and going over the encroachment permit and agreement.
Do you have an estimate for that?
Oh, you mean the total time?
Yeah.
Don't have one currently. We're about more than halfway through. So probably looking at an additional, let's say 20 hours just to get the permit and agreement completed.
Okay, I have more questions for staff, but we'll move those to the end. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Henry Greenidge. I lead public policy for DoorDash Labs, and DoorDash Labs is DoorDash's autonomy and robotics division. Thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you for the city staff for the opportunity to collaborate over these past several months. It has been a labor of love working with the city to bring this project to where it is today. Dot is DoorDash's commercial autonomous delivery robot. You can see Dot in the corner here tonight. Dot is compact, it's electric, and it's purpose-built for short distances in neighborhoods. Dot is 1/10 the size of a car. It produces zero tailpipe emissions, and it's designed to operate conservatively in bike lanes, sidewalks, and in pedestrian environments. It has a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour in the bike lane and much less in areas like sidewalks. Every Dot is monitored in real time by trained human operators, and if anything unexpected occurs, Dot stops and a human operator can intervene immediately. Before customer-facing operations begin, DoorDash conducts detailed mapping operations along with robust community engagement and planning with the city. In terms of accountability, DoorDash takes its responsibility very seriously. We have been testing Dot for many years now. It has been operational in Concord, California, San Ramon, with our biggest deployments to date in Arizona, in Tempe, Mesa, and we've recently announced expansions to Gilbert and Chandler. We have a spotless safety records. We've had no safety incidents to date, and we're quite proud of that. For Brentwood merchants, this is a real opportunity. Today, DoorDash has 216 merchants on the DoorDash platform. We average about 2,700 deliveries per day. And out of that 2,700 deliveries, about 1,200 of them remain in Brentwood. Bringing DoorDash Dot to the market is not just about bringing a robot to the streets. It's about providing merchants, customers, and Dashers alternative ways to experience delivery. If you think about the way delivery is today, if it's a spectrum, we're right here. What we can do with autonomous solutions is bring it right here in terms of experience. Now, one thing I do want to make clear, we're not replacing Dashers. Dashers are truly at the heart of what we do. They are the backbone of DoorDash. Not every delivery is going to be right for an autonomous delivery, but we do believe with the volumes that we are experiencing that DoorDash Dot is a viable alternative. It helps Dashers, it helps customers with the experience, and of course it helps merchants. One of the things about DoorDash is it's all about empowering local economies. We have to continue to help merchants provide for their customers and remain competitive. And we think Dot really fits in with the fabric of Brentwood. You know, one of the questions that we got from our city stakeholders is, why Brentwood? It's a really great question. As you heard, we've been at this for about 2 years now. It is partially because we have taken a look at the streetscapes, your modern streets, your bicycle infrastructure, and Dot was purpose-built for those types of environments. We've also taken a look at the profile of the merchants and recognize that we can reduce traffic trips with the introduction of Dot. Now, we are at the beginning of this work. We consider this work a true partnership. It's not just about deploying robots. We really want to work with the city on ways in which we can engage the community educate them on what delivery is like today and what it could look like in the future. We also want to work with merchants on how to do the same. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have and welcome the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we're going to have some questions from council. Would anyone like to start?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation to this afternoon. You talked about the fabric of the city of Brentwood, and one of the things is we are a deep ag community that believes and loves on its residents. One of the things that's really important for me is not that we just go so economic focused about driving up the dollar and just about merchant services, but also about building healthy communities. Can you tell us more about what DoorDash does to help support building healthy communities and not communities that's just going to overspend on food that may not be as healthy for it?
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it's not just about deploying robots. One of the things that you get with DoorDash is the full menu of services. So, for example, we do have a very robust social impact team that really focuses on how we can further the platform. And so DoorDash is a brand that is in every community in America. We take the health of these communities very seriously. There are a number of initiatives that we have for local residents that we can bring to bear. All of those are on the table for our conversations with the city. So as I mentioned, this is the beginning of that work. We'd be happy to work with you on any of the programs that may make sense to further those goals.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. One of the points that you've pointed out is that it would be accompanied by a human. How would that work?
Absolutely. So it works in a few different ways. Number one, we do start off slowly. So again, it's not just about putting the robot on a road and expecting it to operate. This is a weeks to months long process in which we reach several milestones in working with the city to do so. And so we first map the city, and then we enter the mapping validation phase. During that phase, we typically take about 2 to 3 robots that are accompanied by a human operator, and they're essentially validating our understanding of the world around it. And so they will remain with the robot until we reach certain milestones in terms of validating what the map states.
On a bike, in a car, on foot?
Great question. So this happens on an e-bike. And so once we have concluded that process, we then move on to autonomous operations. Now, our autonomous robots are always monitored by humans. The humans are interacting with the robots via a remote sort of satellite, and so they are remote operators. They can always intervene. They can help the robot navigate. For example, if there are issues crossing a street, they can take over to cross a street. One of the unique features about the robot you're seeing here tonight, it's our 3rd generation robot. We're quite proud of it. It has a 2-way communication feature, which allows us to have conversations with first responders and police departments, and we can direct them accordingly for any emergency that is needed. We do train officers on how to work with us on that and are happy to roll that out here.
Have you deployed this in any other cities in Contra Costa County? And if so, do you have any statistics on any types of vandalisms or destruction of these robots, since that's going to take staff's time away from what they're doing?
So not specifically in the county yet. We publicly unveiled DOT to the world late last September. And since then have been talking with a number of cities, but no, we have not rolled out any specifically. To your point about vandalism, we have thought about that issue and we take it very seriously. So number one, DOT does have a hatch that locks. And so from a safety perspective, you can't actually access the hatch unless you are the merchant or the customer. In terms of vandalism, we have seen small episodes of vandalism, especially in other delivery robot contexts that sit on the DoorDash platform. But today, that has been very limited for DOT. We've seen majority of those incidents in Arizona. We think the best way to combat that is with community engagement. So being out there, letting people see DOT, letting them understand how DOT actually works. Unfortunately, though, it is something that we do expect, especially in the early stages.
Just to add, Henrietta mentioned that they're operating in Concord, California. That's actually in Contra Costa County. So,
Thank you. And is basically you spoke about sensors and like communication, two-way communication in this robot. Is it have 24-hour surveillance recording cameras?
Yes.
And recording devices?
So typically we don't operate 24 hours. Our hours of operation are developed in consultation with the city, but so long as there are operations on a road, we do have, our stack is running. And so the sensor suite, which includes cameras, LiDARs, and radars is operating.
And then has there been any thoughtful analysis done on how many human jobs it would take?
And I'm sorry?
Has there been any analysis on how many human jobs it would take, basically eliminate?
Absolutely not, because the way we use DOT and the way we've designed DOT is really to complement our Dashers. And so what we experience today is you've got a company like DoorDash that continues to grow. We've grown minimum 20% year over year since the pandemic. And so what we're trying to do is really address orders that can be fulfilled with autonomy. And so what that allows for is our Dashers to really focus on orders that make more sense for them. And so in many cases, those orders are larger orders. So for example, if you're trying to deliver coffee or a sandwich, in many cases, that's something that DOT can deliver, and we can reserve Dashers for orders that are larger in size.
Thank you. And last question, would that mean you would have infrastructure in our city to store these robots?
So that is an open question. That's definitely something we're exploring. We've got many different ways of doing this. We've opened hubs. We've also opened smaller nests. I don't think we specifically decided how best we can serve the city of Brentwood today, but it is a conversation we would have with the city. And if we do open a local hub, we would conduct local hiring.
Thank you for your answers. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Yeah. So first and foremost for staff, I would like to stop any staff time and tax money being spent on this until we have a city council meeting so we can understand the burden on staff, the burden on police, the impact. It sounds like we've already spent a lot of money, which is our residents' money. I think they should have a say if this is going to happen in their town. So I'm actually disappointed we have spent so much time on this. Secondly, I am familiar with the Uber Eats. And I'm going to tell you, I did not like them walking around LA. It was from a resident perspective walking around, and it was smaller than that. You know, we already have problems with the kids on the bikes and people trying to jog and all of that. So I do have concerns, and I think those are all things that we have to talk about. You know, we talked about, I don't know if you heard the hearing this last week with Waymo. And their people that manage these from far away, their people are in the Philippines that are driving cars in the US. Where are your people?
So our base of operations are in the Bay Area, so San Francisco and Oakland, California.
So all of your remote people are in San Francisco. There is no remote people anywhere outside of the Bay.
I know we've experimented with remote operations outside of the U.S., but the bulk of our operations are in the United States, in California.
The bulk, but that's one answer we're going to need. I need a guarantee that they are in the United States. It was shocking to everyone if you heard that hearing this last week with Waymo, that all of their remote people were in the Philippines, and they don't even have U.S. licenses, and they're driving basically cars in the U.S. So I think we need to discuss that. But I think before we really, as a council, need to bring the public into this, because they're the ones that are going to be impacted the most. So I will be bringing up an agenda item that we get a full report from staff and the impact to the city, the impact, because there is a lot of vandalism. There is a lot in LA on the Uber Eats. Our police department's going to get called a lot more, and who pays for that? The taxpayer in Brentwood. So I think we need to understand all of that, and maybe our staff can do some partnering with Uber Eats to understand, because they've been around at it longer, understanding the vandalism and the financial impact on a city when they bring these in. Because I don't think it's fair that our residents have to pay for that. So I just have a lot of concerns, and I think we need to talk a little bit more. If you go online, none of our residents want it. If you, like, the city made a post and no one wants it. So I think it's up to us as council people, if we're representing the people, we bring them into this conversation. I think we moved way too fast on this, in my opinion.
Councilmember Orlemans? Sure, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, for the record, G. Harold Duffy, City Manager. Because this process occurred during an encroachment permit, that meant that when DoorDash approached us, we had them provide a deposit, and all of the staff time associated with the project comes from that deposit. So this is not a gift of public funds. This is a business opportunity in which when a business approaches the city, we treat this like a business measure. So they give us a deposit, and all the staff time associated with this comes directly from that deposit.
How much is a deposit?
The initial deposit was $5,000, but as we move through it, if the balance goes down, they'll have to refill it to continue.
And when it comes to an encroachment permit, planning can call that encroachment permit for review, correct? And we can actually ask for it to not be issued until it comes to council.
Might have to defer to the city attorney on that.
The encroachment permit is issued in the sole discretion of the city engineer, and there is an appeals process for applicants laid out in the municipal code, but not for any other party.
So can we bring this back as an agenda item and discuss further before the encroachment permit is given out without public input?
You could discuss the general nature of it, but whether or not to issue the encroachment permit would be within the purview of your city engineer.
Okay, so what can council do if three of us decide that we're not happy with this, or the public comes and says they're not happy with this? The public, it doesn't matter what the public wants? Alan can go ahead and deliver the encroachment permit?
I would never say it doesn't matter what the public wants. I would say that Alan has a duty to carry out his duties under the municipal code. So I'm sure he would want to hear your opinion.
So Alan, how would you take in consideration? Are you going to do town halls? How are you going to go about that?
Well, this is the first opportunity to say, this is a great thing that we brought this forward. We really was looking for public input. So seeing how it was deployed in San Ramon and in Concord and Arizona, and kind of the previous discussions we had with about 2 years ago when we started this process, it was exciting. However, that was tonight was the first step as far as soliciting feedback. Rest assured, everything that's said tonight is taken into account. I know it's within my authority to issue. For me, it's all about public safety, making sure everything's done right and correctly. So I'll have to definitely confer with the city manager, and we can go from there.
Okay.
Councilmember, go ahead.
In regards to you made a statement during your presentation that you have deployed in Concord and San Ramon, and 0 safety incidents at either one of those 2 locations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So no vehicle accidents, no pedestrians injured, no?
No.
Can the same be said about the drivers that are doing your DoorDash on a regular basis? I'm assuming you're part of that. You would know the statistics of that.
I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I can't say that for the drivers, there are 0 safety critical incidents.
So, okay. So the device has not been, it's been deployed in Contra Costa County in 2 different cities, and we have 0 incidents of safety violations or incidents of injuries.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? Are those still with human beings walking with them, or are they independent?
So we have different phases, so it's both. It's both. We've been operating in both cities for quite some time, so not sure the heart of your question. But
so in San Ramon and Concord, do they have people with them, or are the units independent?
So it is both for this reason. If we're testing a new branch, we will have our operators accompany the robots. But for your regular everyday operation, we are in autonomous mode. We are operating.
In San Ramon and Concord, you're in autonomous mode?
That's correct.
Okay, we're going to move back to Councilmember Orlemans.
So I kind of lost my train of thought there for a second because I was, but did DoorDash approach the city of Brentwood looking to bring this into Brentwood? We didn't reach out to you asking you to bring it, right?
That's correct.
Why? Why Brentwood?
Sure. For the streetscape, for the infrastructure here, because of the way DOT is designed and intended to be used, it really is a perfect fit in terms of the types of merchants you have, the density, again, bicycle infrastructure, all of those things weigh heavily on whether DOT can be successful. And so in looking at the maps, we recognize that DOT could operate here successfully.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Obviously, there are some strong feelings here, and I have seen the online posts about this. There's a lot of concern. I'm not clear when you talked about the benefit to the merchant and to the dasher. How exactly do both of them benefit?
Sure. So for the dasher, it allows them to really focus on the orders that can, in some cases, be more lucrative. For the merchant, it gives them another opportunity to, in some cases, extend their delivery zone. It gives them an innovative way to deliver their goods. A lot of our merchants report positive impact from using DOT. One of the things that we consider with DOT is the infrastructure around autonomy. So for example, we've developed a tool that accompanies DOT called Smart Scale. What Smart Scale does is it weighs every single order to ensure that from a payload capacity, it is appropriate for DOT. But in the process, what it allows for is the merchant to really track all of the orders, and we have found that it has reduced missing items by 30%. And so it's another way that we can bring efficiency to merchants.
Is there any change in the cost to merchants?
There's no additional cost to merchants. And in fact, if a customer orders via DOT, there is no tipping function, and so that is removed, and so it can be an order that is cheaper.
So just to be clear about why I think there's some of this upset in the community is because we are a commuting community. We have a lot of people that come home from work, and then the other parent, for example, might go out and DoorDash to make a little extra money. And I think there's probably a lot of that happening here. I know my husband and I use DoorDash a lot, but what concerns a lot of people is even though it might just be a little bit of money to some, it's really helping families get by and survive. You know, I still don't quite see that it's that much of a benefit for dashers. I mean, I guess if you're talking about making one trip for 10 sandwiches versus one trip for, or 5 trips for a cup of coffee, right? Do you have any kind of actual statistics that show that? I mean, is there something that Concord and San Ramon can share with us to show that their dashers are not losing any of their hours or their funding that they get from this job?
I'm afraid we are at the very beginning of this work. And so all of these metrics, and by the way, DoorDash is a very data-focused company. So we're doing, we hit 10 million deliveries a day last year, right? So we're talking lots of deliveries. And so we make these decisions really looking at all of the volume that we experience. And so we do continue to monitor the impact on dashers. We don't have anything public, but this is certainly something that is ongoing as we look at the impact of DOT.
Okay. I do want to clarify too, you were talking about use of sidewalks.
That's correct.
Right. What about someone with a stroller, someone who's got disabilities, walker, wheelchair, that kind of thing? What does that interaction look like?
Great question. So DOT is designed to be very conservative, so it understands the world around it. And so if there is someone that's pushing a baby, or if there is someone who is in a wheelchair, DOT can recognize that and can either pause accordingly or move accordingly.
Okay, and then you heard Councilmember Mendoza was mentioning bicyclists. We have large groups of kids on bikes, and we also have a lot of e-bikes. So some of those are moving pretty quickly.
Yes.
In and out of traffic, up and down off of curbs. What kind of reaction would there be to that?
So one of the reasons why DOT moves up to 20 miles per hour is for the fact that it is safer for it to keep up with traffic. As that traffic approaches DOT, it is going to decide whether it needs to slow down, move to the right, or move to the left, or if it needs to stop. So again, DOT was designed with the bicyclist in mind. and its primary mode of operations is in the bike lane. We do use the sidewalk, and the thought behind that is to get as closest to both the merchant and the customer as possible, but the primary operating is the bike lane.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up? Go ahead, question two. Okay.
One more question, I'm sorry. How many are you deploying at one time in each one of those cities, Concord and San Ramon?
Highly dependent on the city, so it's a very, very local approach. So I don't have exact numbers. Typically, we work with the city and we decide on a cap on how many that we will launch before having to go back to the city. What I could tell you is, again, we would start here very small, 2 to 3 robots that would help us with the map validation phase, and then we would scale up from there. And as part of the encroachment permit process, I do recognize there will be a cap that we agree to with the city. So it's very much a conversation with the city that we agree upon.
And would the deployment of those robots be customer dependent or would it be merchant dependent? Like, would the customer choose they want a robot to deliver to them?
Yes, that's correct. They can opt in or they can opt out.
Okay.
So, yeah, my questions were about that kind of thing. So one of the reasons I like using DoorDash is because I will have a mom with a child in the car seat, and I know that they're working hard to make a living. I do have concerns, what we've talked about before. Why not just employ more drivers to give them jobs versus a robot? Why not help the community more?
Absolutely. So one of the things about DoorDash, we're a publicly traded company. And so if you look at, no one does this, but if you look at our previous reports over the last quarter, what you'll learn is that we continue to invest in growing our Dasher network. And so when I say Dashers are the backbone of what we do, really the heart of what we do, I mean that. And so our investment dollars are going to attracting more Dashers onto the network and keeping them on the network. But autonomy does represent great opportunities to address that piece of the pie. We recognize that not every order is going to be appropriate for a DOT, but we can remove cars from off the road. We can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We can work with schools and students on robotics and show them real world deployments. There are lots of benefits that we are seeing. And I do have to tell you, so far, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive from the experience, not only for merchants, but the general public as well. All of your questions are completely valid. I'm happy to have a separate meeting with you to go through each one of them and just bring more awareness as to how we're addressing certain concerns.
I would like a town hall. So one of my standard practices is I do not have separate meetings. Anything I talk about, I talk in front of the public. I don't think it's appropriate to have closed door meetings when it's something that's going to impact the public. So I would like to have a town hall where the public really understands what's going to happen, especially the neighboring areas where the map showed. I think that's important that we do that. But I again go back to, if given the choice between this robot and a mom or a dad or a teenager trying to save up money or a college student, I choose the person every single time. So that I will choose my residents every single time. My other question is, you mentioned that you're a data-focused company.
That's correct.
And I guess one of my disappointments was that there isn't a lot of data in the presentation today. When I'm asking questions about how many of your Concord and your San Ramon ones are with a person and not, I don't get a clear answer. So it's hard when people don't show me data and just sell me, it's hard for me to believe and I'm not saying you're lying, but when I don't have concrete data, it's very hard for me to believe some stuff. Again, watching the hearing with Waymo, it was very eye-opening to me this last week. So Ellen, my question is, what's the standard width of a sidewalk?
Standard widths in Brentwood, I would say most of them are, per standards, 4 feet. 4 feet wide.
And how wide is this?
I believe it's 30 inches.
That's correct.
So I don't understand, if I'm in a wheelchair and I'm going down the street, where does it go? Does it go into the landscaping? Because that's not enough space.
as I mentioned, the primary area of operation is going to be the bike lane. And so it does utilize sidewalks, it does use parking lots, all of those things. It traverses all of those things, but it's primarily operating in
Okay,
the
it's
bike lane.
primary, but
And
when it's
so-
on the sidewalk,
Right, and
what
so
does it
in
do?
your hypo, it really is dependent on the situation. It could pause to allow the passing. That's probably what it's going to do in most instances. I'm not sure I follow the question.
So if there's someone in a wheelchair going down the street and this Waymo's coming, why should they be the ones that have to move?
Sorry,
I
the
mean, you just
Waymo?
said, I mean, it's just if they can't leave the sidewalk, how does the wheelchair get through? If it's 4
so-
feet, 30 inches, you know, it's not, doesn't
I
make.
think I understand the heart of your question. So it's highly dependent on the situation. In that given scenario, that sounds like that might be something that our remote operations team would step in. They might need to remove the robot or allow it to offer more space to the other person in the wheelchair. It's highly dependent on the scenario, though.
Okay, so when you guys come back, can you come back with the scenario that I just explained? Somewhere where there's landscaping on the sides of the sidewalk, where there's a wheelchair, what happens? And I also want to know exactly how many people are here locally on the remote and how many people are not here in California on the remote. Because I do think that happens a lot, where the remote people are the ones that take care of it because they see it through the cameras. So I'd like to understand how many and where they are. So.
And the vice mayor has a question too. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is to Director Bakiar, the timeline for the encroachment for the decision. When would how much time do we have? I know everything is a time up slotted. So just wanted to know what the timeline looks like for your decision making.
May I jump in here, please, Mayor? There is no timeline here. This particular item has been in the pipeline for the last 2 years. When I saw this item, I wanted to bring it to the council so we could have a discussion. We are not going to be issuing a encroachment permit. The purpose of this particular meeting today is to daylight this situation and have a conversation. And that is the point of this. For the DoorDash company to be in the process for 2 years while the city decides internally whether we want to proceed or not isn't fair to the DoorDash company, isn't a good business steward. So I requested that Alan and the police department engage the company and bring them to the policymakers so we can have this discussion. After the discussion, based on this, I will get some direction from the council and I will prepare a report and bring it back to the council, and the policy body can make a decision whether we move forward or not and issue the permit.
Thank you for that clarity. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, do we have any timeline for encroachment permits, or can it just go on for years and years? And based on what you just said, it sounds like it can.
Well, Alan can issue the encroachment permit, but he will not issue the permit based on my direction, especially based on this conversation. The purpose of the meeting today was to have this conversation so the council can give us some direction on how we move forward.
Okay, I'm going to move in at this point. I think we've had a good conversation, but it does sound like we need to have a little bit more. Harold, thank you for explaining. I'm glad this was brought forward so that we could have this public conversation. But I also feel like this was, it was agendized as a presentation, not necessarily as a discussion item. And so we need to both keep that in mind and also keep in mind that it means that the public might not realize that they can have input during this time. And so I would really like to have some sort of format for which the public can comment, ask questions, whatever that looks like. And I appreciate the answers to the questions. I know it was a lot. When we hear a lot of concerns from the community, we in turn are going to bring them forward to make sure that they're answered. But it does sound like we have more than what we're able to answer tonight. I would also like to see our staff interacting with Concord and San Ramon, both PD and staff, to get a better understanding of how they're feeling about this and maybe what they're hearing from their residents as well.
And Mayor, I think it's also very important that we also reach out to the 216 companies that you referenced to see how the business community feels about this also. So we'll certainly come back with a comprehensive view of the process.
And I think reaching out to Uber Eats, because I did see a lot of vandalism in Westwood with these units. Thank you.
Thank you again for your presentation, for coming out and answering our questions, and for understanding that we just really want to make sure that the public has a chance to ask and understand and learn a little bit more before we move forward. Thank you to staff for the presentation. And do you have the direction you need to move forward at this point? Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Moving into public comments. The public comment time for tonight's items will be 2 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are under informational reports or on consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. The first few speakers I have is Rachel and Jaden, followed by Rich, followed by Christina.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer and esteemed City Council members. I want to start off by truly thanking you for your time. I'm Rachel Lay, one of the president of Heritage Speech and Debate, and we're here to address some issues with our club.
So for some quick context, hello, I'm Jaden Spears. I am the section leader for the impromptu speech team. We are the Heritage High School Speech and Debate team, and in the last 5 years, we've grown to over 100 members and have fundraised over $17,000 in the last year alone. And our impact is seen within this community specifically, because on this very youth commission, 5 out of the 10 members come from our team.
And we are coming here today specifically because we were referred to you from Miss Carolina Witt, who described that we could have some help with granting a grant or a stipend to our teacher. Specifically, despite our club's successful track record, our program is on the verge of a shutdown, and speaking with dozens of our teachers, we have found that the stipend is the main issue as to why we are encountering any issues with actually getting an advisor for next year. Specifically, to incentivize our teachers and administration to pursue a recruitment of our speech and debate coach, we come to you to ask for consideration of a City Council funded grant to fund an annually renewable stipend for a Heritage Speech and Debate coach. Specifically, the LUHSD stipend is $2,600, and we would like to ask for something of a similar amount. Otherwise, we would appreciate receiving any form of contact or any relevant information as to how we can better recruit for a teacher this coming year. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight, and we hope that we can help our students find their voice.
Can staff follow up, please?
Yes, Mayor, we'll certainly follow up.
The next speaker is Rich, followed by Christina, followed by Paul.
Amanda, can you please adjust the camera to show the speaker in the background? Thank you.
I'm going to start off a quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. "The hottest place in hell is reserved for those who remain neutral in times of great moral conflict." I'm going to read a demand letter that was sent to the City Council, the mayor, city manager, city attorney, and the interim chief of police. Yolanda Ramirez, an elderly Brentwood resident who suffered needlessly and died while in custody of the Brentwood Police Department. Our family is devastated by her violent, untimely death and deeply disturbed by the city's handling of this matter. Indeed, the tragedy of her death has been compounded by the continuing failure of accountability, transparency, basic respect for human life exhibited by the city over the last 4 months. Our family demands justice for the killing of our beloved Yolanda. To begin restoring public trust and do what's right, we formally demand the following actions to be initiated by the mayor and city council. First and foremost, pursuant to California Government Code 27491.6, Interim Chief of Police Walter Grodnick and City Attorney Catherine Wisniewski must formally request a coroner's inquest and encourage the coroner to utilize a jury during the process. Contra Costa County forensic pathologist James Caruso claimed that Yolanda Ramirez's manner of death was due to natural causes, which is deeply troubling and inconsistent with the findings of an independent medical examiner, which concluded that the manner of death was homicide. Given these conflicting conclusions, a coroner's inquest is essential to ensure transparency, credibility, and restore public confidence. I'm going to have some other people finish the rest of our demands since I'm running out of time.
Christina, followed by Paul, followed by Becky.
Did my time start? No? Oh, okay. My name is Christina Webster, and this is my first time at City Council. And I just want to say I wish I was here under different circumstances. Because the fact of the matter is, we see Yolanda, and she died in custody. Are you serious right now? You have to have a 19-year-old come home. No, I didn't even get to go home, actually. I had to come here straight after work to come sit here and talk to a room full of adults about how we need to get justice for this woman. Period, point blank. Why isn't there an inquest? We've seen this happen with George Floyd. We've seen this happen with Breonna Taylor. So what? So what do we have to do for y'all to hear us? Because the community is spoken. Y'all can't sit here and say y'all don't know how the community feel or whatever excuse it could be. I don't know if any of y'all have anything to do with it. And frankly, I don't care if there's nothing done about it. Because the fact of the matter is if all you here can see everybody who stopped what they were doing, their own life, in this economy, we stopped what we're doing to come help her out. And y'all can't even listen. Y'all won't do nothing. I'm not saying y'all haven't, because I don't know. I really don't. But if nothing does happen, then that's a real problem. And that really hurts the trust of the entire community. And that's what y'all represent. Y'all represent us. Y'all represent Brentwood, y'all represent America, y'all represent every single person that walks through them doors. Every single one of them. So when you want to represent us, you represent this right here. We want justice for her. Period, point blank. That's all we want. That's it. That's it and that's all. And I'm so embarrassed to be around here and to say that this is happening in a place that I call home. Seriously. Real life. Because this isn't a joke. I'm a 19-year-old. I should be at a party right now. But no, I'm sitting here in City Council talking to y'all. Free Congo, free Sudan, free Palestine, and fuck Israel.
Next speaker is Paul, followed by Becky, followed by Jenna.
I want to give a quick shout out to former city manager John Elam, a very dear friend of mine for 26 years. Aaron Peachman is still working. There's a homicide summary from the second autopsy. The chief of police, city manager, and the city attorney are probably the only three in this room who have seen the footage of that killing. I called the police union phone number and it's disconnected. Aaron Peachman is titled CEO and president of the police union. He's the leader of your police force. And you don't have any problem with that at all. This type of incident, you need a program like the Felton Foundation that goes in to de-escalate these type of slight domestic quarrels. I'm surprised by all the women on the city council, the mayor, and the city attorney. This was violence against a woman, an elderly woman. Haven't heard anything about that. The footage, as you said, is going to be released on the 28th or by the 28th. That's in 18 days. and the horrific experience of this family, you should be ashamed of what you have put them through. And then we're still going to hit another tsunami. I'm requesting that hopefully Councilwoman Panisha leads the charge for a coroner's inquest. Do something for your pride. Thank you.
So here we are all again. I'm sure you guys are getting tired of seeing us. I know I'm tired of coming because I hate public speaking. It gives me anxiety. I also hate that I cry each time I'm here, but I can't hold in the tears. But despite my discomfort, I will continue to show up because my mom's no longer here to tell us what happened to her. Let's see. We still have not had time to grieve, and the pain is raw. My family and I are constantly busy sharing her story that our grief has taken a back seat. I'm emotionally drained, and I don't do nearly as much as my dad and my brother Richie do. So I can't imagine how exhausted they are. But if we aren't out here advocating, then everyone would have no choice but to believe the lies the police department are trying to spread to cover their asses. That she was trying to flee, that she was resisting arrest, that she had a medical emergency, and that she died of natural causes. But then to further mock us by releasing the footage of the Christmas Eve incident before my mom's, an incident that occurred 3 months after hers, is ridiculous. If it wasn't for our badass attorney, Melissa Nold, helping guide the way, we would be nowhere near the truth of what happened that day. She committed no crime for her to flee from or resist arrest from. Witnesses say there was no reason for her to be treated the way she was. She did not have a medical emergency or die of natural causes. She was brutalized with blunt force trauma to her body and a fracture to her skull. Why is the coroner's report so skewed from our independent findings? This is why we demand a coroner's inquest, to find out why the coroner didn't do his job. But that falls in line with the rest of the people investigating this incident. Nobody seems to be able to do their job and give us the answers we deserve. How are we supposed to trust those meant to protect us if they're constantly hiding the truth and gaslighting the community? We're not the people we once were.
Good evening, council members. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Ramirez family, a family that I am deeply proud to be a part of. I have attended prior meetings where the death of Yolanda Ramirez following the encounter while in the custody of Brentwood Police Department has been raised, and I have some points to add. To say that there is something special about the Ramirez family is a vast understatement. The Ramirez family is an integral part of Brentwood's foundation through tangible and lasting contributions to this city. That history only deepens the disappointment and heartbreak I have felt since my sister-in-law lost her life. I find it profoundly contradictory to witness this same council who once honored the matriarch of this family in this very room now turn the coldest of shoulders to her children. The name Alicia Morales Ramirez is familiar to many of you due to this council's decision to honor her legacy by placing her name on the Brentwood Elementary School building. Yet today, rather than extending respect to her family, you offer silence. No acknowledgement, no response, no guidance as they plead for answers. City Council's oversight does not end when an issue becomes uncomfortable. You oversee public safety, you oversee the police department. You are responsible for responding to constituent concerns. Inaction is not neutrality, it is a choice. It has been said that Officer Peachman follow procedure, prove it, provide the body cam footage, provide the procedural documents. Another slogan that is part of this family is no te dejes, which means don't give up or don't let them, which came to them from their mother, who was honored by this council. This family is not going to give up. They will continue to seek justice, and they will continue to say no te dejes when justice is
The next speakers are Francis, followed by Rudy, followed by Mary.
Hey, City Council members, here we are again, 4 months later, and we're still waiting for answers. Why is it taking until the end of February to release the body cam video? Is it because it'll show that Officer Peachman and the unidentified policewoman did not follow protocol and procedure? Why has the policewoman not been identified yet? Is it possible that she was a trainee, or she is a trainee, a relative to somebody, someone who should not have been there? We don't know. All this cover up and no transparency has resulted in a total lack of credibility for any of you. If Officer Peachman and the unidentified policewoman had followed correct police protocol and procedure, which includes de-escalation first, I saw that in the police manual, we wouldn't be here. According to state law, the body cam video should have been released 45 days after the incident. How can we have confidence in a police department that chooses to not follow state law? City Council members, City Attorney Wazinski, Interim Police Chief Ogrodnik, sadly, you are all digging a huge hole for yourselves. When the truth comes out, it's going to be bad for all of you. All we have asked for at each and every meeting we have attended is for transparency and accountability. This shouldn't be difficult if the officers had followed the Brentwood Police Department mission statement that says to protect and enhance the quality of life through uncompromised dedication, professionalism, and innovative police services, and our core values. Integrity? I don't think so. Passion? Possibly. Accountability? Zip. Respect? No. We have not seen evidence of any of these. Please do your jobs. Do what you were hired to do.
The speaker's timer has expired.
I'd like to thank everybody for showing up again, and keep showing up again to show these.
Please hold on to his
People
timing
that-
until he starts speaking to the council. Thank you.
Yep. I'm confused again. You guys have shown us nothing, no video, no audio, anything, yet you have somebody murdered again Christmas Eve, and you already released all of that stuff. Why? What's different? What makes their case more special than what we are going through? You cleared everything up for them real quick to where you could put out that video. We've been asking you guys since forever, and you guys just sit there. You don't say anything because protocol about investigation, ongoing investigation. Every excuse that you can think of. There were no excuses for this murder that happened on Christmas Eve. You guys released all that information right away. Why? Why them and not us? Our family is just as important to us as theirs is to theirs, and here we are, pleading with you guys again. It falls on deaf ears, it seems like. Nobody seems to really care. It seems like you guys get offended by us showing up, by talking and relating all these stories. This man here who's supposed to be the chief of police, interim, what's his job? Why pay him? Does somebody else tell him what to do? Then they should get paid more money and not give any to him. He's supposed to be taking care of the citizens of Brentwood, keeping us safe. They're doing it the opposite. You already had. And you have not released.
The speaker's timer has expired.
You can start the timer. My name's Mary Ramirez Palacio. Yolanda was my sister-in-law. I have so many things I could have said, so many questions, but I realized my words would be falling on deaf ears. You guys don't care. You've not listened to our questions, our comments, our demands. We come from all over California to come to these meetings, to support our family. We're gonna keep coming. We won't go away until we get justice for Yolanda, with your help or without it.
The next speakers are Wes, followed by Bridget, followed by Franklin.
That's power when you can stare them down and not have to say a word. It's getting to be, not because of this incident, but that we're living in a time where protect and serve seems to mean protect property and serve the rich, not protect the community. You know, my name is Wes Nicholson. I'm here from Concord, and I've had my bout with the city of Concord before, and I know police are not really always the first ones to say the truth. No offense, but that's the way it is. And it's a sad day. Well, let me say first, I wouldn't trust that guy, Sheriff Livingston, as far as I could throw him. We all know that he's big on the euphemism, what is it again, ecstatic delirium? Now, that's the euphemism that got outlawed in California last year. That's the euphemism that cops use when they kill somebody. And so you got a little bit different twist on the euphemism, but everybody knows she was killed as a result of the way the Brentwood police handled her. And you don't have to be a genius to figure it out. So I kind of got the feeling that maybe the city of Brentwood or maybe the city of Brentwood's police department got a little bit of a ICE wannabe, because I'm seeing this behavior, not that it hasn't happened before in Contra Costa County, but it's getting to become I hold my swear word, it's getting to become the norm in the country. Take down people, abuse them, hurt them. You guys aren't ICE, but you're.
Bridget?
Good evening, Council. We're here again. We're not going to not be here anytime we can be here, because this is Yolanda. She was a human being. She wasn't a hashtag. It's justice for Yolanda, the human being. You guys, you crack me up. You right there. Mendoza, you're so worried about what people in Brentwood are going to pay for a DoorDasher. Do you have any idea what they're going to pay for a lawsuit, for misconduct, for a killing of a 72-year-old woman, a cover-up, the violation of not giving out the video in 45 days? You didn't contact any attorney. I'm here because I'm friends with their attorney. I'm here because Yolanda needs justice. I never knew Yolanda. That doesn't matter. I don't know if any of you ever knew Yolanda. Doesn't seem like it. If so, you're really crappy friends. But bottom line is, when is it going to be too much? I mean, 45 days, we're on over 130 now. What's up? And so now we're going to wait, and we're going to wait, and we're going to wait. And then you think this is bad? Wait until the video comes out. Then you're going to have a really bad firestorm on your hands. And what are you going to do about it? There's nothing you're going to be able to do about it. And you're retiring because you're just running with your tail between your legs.
The next speaker is Franklin, followed by Robert, followed by Jane.
Hey everyone, I'm back with the family here, and I need to retract something because it turns out that you might not be the family representative. You should still be there and talking to them though, so it's not an excuse. But I think you're their representative. District 3? She's on Zoom. Is that you on Zoom? I thought it was District 3, whoever that is. But whoever the district representative is, if it's you, Pantisha, you should be out there with this family. And it doesn't eliminate any of you all from being out there as council members to be actual leaders to your community, to speak with this family, to be out there and to demand this video be released in a timely manner, which it was not. Because you leave everybody speculating to what happened. And we saw how you released the video for the other shooting that seemed justified for you all. It came out rather quickly. One thing that we're here for tonight, for sure, is to demand that you all say something and request a coroner's inquest, which was put in place for people that had died in custody to have a protection so it could be determined by a jury. So that's one of the asks tonight. And I feel like you all haven't done much as leaders for this community, for this family, but you could do this. So we're hoping as we leave here that, I know you don't talk back because of your Robert's rules or whatever, but maybe you could say yes to this family that we're going to request a coroner's inquest. Because they already got their second autopsy and the results you already know. This coroner's inquest, even though, like Wes said, no one really trusts Livingston and the county, it's on an official document and it's a jury of peers. So can you all at least do that and request this coroner's inquest for the family?
Robert, followed by Jane.
Hello, I'm Robert, son-in-law to our beloved Yolanda Ramirez. I'm going to continue on with Richie's message that he wanted to share with y'all. Additionally, the family demands the following actions by the city. Immediate removal from active duty. Officer Aaron Peachman and the unidentified female officer involved must be removed from active duty immediately, pending the outcome of full and independent investigation. Their continued presence and unchecked, reckless behavior undermine the integrity of any investigation and further erode public trust in Brentwood Police Department. Number two, recusal of council members. Council members Faye Maloney and Tony Orleman must recuse themselves from any decisions, discussions, or votes related to the actions of Officer Peachman in the death of Yolanda. Officer Peachman publicly endorsed both council members during their election campaigns. Recusal is necessary to eliminate any perception of conflict of interest and bias, thus preserving the integrity of the investigative and decision-making process. Number three, immediate release of all records and evidence. The city must immediately release all relevant documents and evidence related to this incident, including but not limited to all incident and police reports, all original video footage, body-worn cameras, dash cameras, and any videos obtained from neighbors and third parties. All dispatch and communication records. Number four, implementation of non-law enforcement crisis response alternatives. The city must commit to alternative and innovative solutions to mitigate preventive 911 related crisis. Lastly, creation of
Jane?
Hi, my name is Jane. I'm a board member with Together We Stand, a nationally recognized social justice organization. And I gotta tell you, I apologize for my appearance. I was in San Francisco today, but I've been here a number of times. And I'm happy to drive out from Ocean Beach to come here and tell everybody that this is bullshit. We're tired of it. It breaks my heart to see this family here. You guys have to have some accountability. I think it's great that you're talking about a robot for, 40 minutes. But these are people, and they lost their mother. Let them have some closure. What if it was your mother?
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have hands raised in Zoom. The first hand is Danny. Danny, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. It's been a long time, and boy, did I pick the wrong day to do this from home. And I'm talking about that quote-unquote presentation. I'll save that for another day. But to those that are listening, all right, there are a few things that, unfortunately, in the 6 years I have been watching the sausage being made, that there are areas of clarity that need to be stated, okay? But let me be clear. The 5 members of the city council have made mistakes. That said, I need to make other things clear. One, the female officer is not a rookie. I suspect one of the reasons for holding her name back is because of the city where she was previously employed. The council is being guided by quote unquote legal counsel. This council, I believe, has no interest in protecting the people we elected, good, bad, or indifferent. And if you know me, you know there is at least one person I can't stand. But all 5 of you were elected. And this council, which I hope to God doesn't include our city attorney, because if she is, oh my God, but I digress. I believe these entities are trying to protect themselves. Maybe Brentwood POA, maybe the county, maybe the DA's office. Because remember, folks, the DA was involved October 3rd. The council found out the same day we did, November 5th. So no one from staff, no one from the DA's office.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Justin. Justin, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Justin Feldman. I am the principal research scientist for a nonprofit organization called the Center for Policing Equity. I'm also an affiliate of the Harvard University FXB Center for Health and Human Rights. I have a doctoral degree in epidemiology, and I've been studying deaths in police custody, much like that of Yolanda Ramirez, for the last decade. And I am giving comment to urge City Council to recommend or approve an inquest in this death. And I have some serious concerns about how the death investigation was handled and need for public scrutiny on it. So in Contra Costa County, there is a sheriff coroner system. This goes against the recommendations of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the main professional association for forensic pathologists, which says pathologists should be independent of law enforcement. I have seen in my own research and the research of others that sheriff coroners are less likely than other death investigators to find that deaths in police custody were homicides. In fact, I looked at all of the deaths in custody that happened under similar circumstances to that of Ms. Ramirez since 2005. There were 18 of them. 0 of them were classified as homicide. Just like you don't do closed door meetings with DoorDash, I am saying the pathologist should not be trusted to do a closed door meeting to determine a very complex case. The evidence needs to come to light so there can be a more comprehensive determination. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I have a couple of remarks. First, I want to express my deepest sympathy to Yolanda's family. It is heartbreaking, and I hope they get closure soon. I am not an expert in law or anything, but you know, the process needs to take its course. However, I would like to offer a couple of comments on the Uber Eats presentation. I'm not really sure who came about with that idea. It is terrible for our city. It is a very clear case of big corporation against simple people, especially in a city where we don't have jobs. Delivery services for food or what have you, it's one of the few means of our residents in Brentwood to bring additional income for their families and make ends meet. Whomever, again, came up with this idea shows lack of knowledge about our city and our economic development situations and need to be fired. And I have a couple names in mind, but I'm expressly going to name Ricardo Noguera. He has been on economic development roles for several years with no result. So I want to hear what he has to say about this bad idea. And I really hope the city council scratches this at least until we have, you know, livable wage type of jobs coming to our city. Thank you.
The next speaker is SB. SB, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And I'm speaking as a private citizen today. City councils don't or shouldn't operate in a silo. How none of you, including those who have left or are about to quit, how none of you knew what we'd been saying in Antioch at city council meetings. We'd been calling out people who sit on, run for, or advise city council or city governments for refusing to give a crap enough to ask for a report when there's a law enforcement shooting or anyone dies in police custody or when someone dies after contact with police. How hard is it to both receive a report from the police and to then report out to the public? If the police are just doing their job, and if you can't edit video, why not do those things and report out soon after? Make it a part of your city manager report. This isn't a new idea. No more sweeping things under the rug anymore. The rug is filthy, frayed, and we can see underneath it. Now, what makes me think that you'll change as a governing body? I don't know. I will ask you to ask yourselves, instead of asking yourselves, how are we going to pay this out? How do we fix optics? How do we protect any violent police? Ask yourself, was this elder abuse? Was this murder? If so, who's complicit and how long will this haunt you? Just try to lead with your heart and make good, loving decisions. That's it.
The next speaker is Maria. Maria, go ahead.
Evening, council members, Madam Mayor. Happy Black History Month. I can't believe that we're at this juncture. I'm Maria Dominguez. I'm a resident of Contra Costa County and I work for Contra Costa Health. I'm here in my personal capacity. We have a crisis line in our county, a crisis line that was designed after the unfortunate death of another Contra Costa County young person. And it came out of a lot of pain. And it pains me that the response of this city's police was not to engage in de-escalation and engage other resources to help this family. It also appalls me that this city council has been using the excuse that there's active litigation to not do something to protect the residents of the city of Brentwood. How can you let police officers who are involved in such an event, if you want to call it an event, to go back like it's business as usual? That's such a liability. I don't understand how the city council would not call for so many of the actions that have been brought up by public comment today to look into how do you hold your police accountable? How could you do better in holding your police accountable? There's nothing that precludes you from doing that. Generally, you should have been doing that years ago, especially given the state of our policing in the United States. And it's so disrespectful that nothing has been said about why the body cam footage has not been released yet. The code calls, yes, for extensions, but you should at the very least let the family know, let the residents of the city of Brentwood know why you keep delaying the release of the body cam footage.
The speaker's timer had expired. I have one additional hand raised in Zoom. Stephanie, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Williams Rogers, and I am a Brentwood resident. I'm speaking tonight to express my support for the family of Yolanda Ramirez and the request for a coroner's inquest. My understanding is that a coroner's inquest is a public, independent, fact-finding process meant to clarify the cause and manner of death. It is not about assigning blame, but about transparency and answering unanswered questions. When a death occurs while someone is in police custody, it understandably raises concern and uncertainty in the community. An independent and public review can help ensure that the facts are clearly established and shared openly. I recognize that the city does not have the authority to order an inquest, but I respectfully ask that the council consider formally requesting or supporting a coroner's inquest through the appropriate county channels. Doing so would demonstrate a commitment to transparency, accountability, and public trust. Thank you for your time and for considering this request.
I have one last hand raised. Marisol, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the presentation on the DoorDash robots and the explanation that the city manager gave that this was just a presentation and hopefully he can go back and maybe stop this in its tracks. I was just in LA for a whole week. I was there for 6 days actually, and they were everywhere, those little robots, and they're so annoying. But you kind of expect it in something like a big city like Los Angeles. Even Concord is bigger than us. Even San Ramon is a little busier. I just don't think it's the right fit for Brentwood. And I think a lot of the concerns with the sidewalks, the bike lanes, we have so many bikers here. We have so many people that come in from other cities to come and bike our town. I just don't think this is the right fit for the DoorDash robots. So I really do hope that it goes back to city staff and it just kind of disappears forever. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for your comments. We would never tell you to not speak, by the way, never. And I hope that you know when you come to speak that we are doing our best to listen in the way that we can. And if we see you next time, then we see you next time, and you are absolutely welcome to share your voice. We're going to move into consent calendar. And we are going to take a very brief break, 3 minutes, and then come back and review the consent calendar. Can everyone please get seated so we can start up again? Is everyone ready to go? Vice Mayor, are you ready? Wonderful, thank you. We're going to reconvene.
That's all.
I'm sorry?
So I've been here. I've been just waiting for the camera to come on.
Okay, thank you. Moving into consent. Do we have any questions, anything to pull, or do we have a motion?
I do not have any questions, but
We are on page 3.
I already went ahead. You need a motion?
We need a motion.
Motion to adopt consent calendar on all items.
I second that.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm in a room by myself.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, the consent is adopted. Thank you. Moving into business item, Chris Zeman, Assistant Director of Public Works, will present this item regarding the MSC pavement rehab project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and staff. The item for your consideration tonight is an asphalt rehabilitation project on the east side of the Municipal Service Center and Solid Waste Transfer Station. The Municipal Service Center serves as a critical operation hub for the City of Brentwood, supporting public works, solid waste, and other essential municipal services. Over time, the pavement throughout the facility has experienced significant deterioration, including cracking, surface breakdowns, and early structural failures. Staff is bringing this project forward now in order to prevent the road condition from becoming a safety concern or impacting operational efficiencies. The area highlighted in red on the map shows where the pavement rehabilitation work will occur. The portions of the roadway being repaired are 13 years old and subject to regular heavy vehicle traffic. Approximately 65 solid waste trucks and 5 semi-trucks access this road each day. The heavy truck traffic causes the road to wear out prematurely. While staff has performed routine maintenance on this section of roadway over the years, including crack sealing and patch paving, these efforts are no longer sufficient and the road requires rehabilitation to remain functional. In addition to rehabilitating the existing pavement, the project includes expanding the asphalt by approximately 12 feet in select areas to allow existing gravel parking stalls to be fully paved, along with targeted stormwater and drainage improvements within the parking lot area. These upgrades will improve accessibility, functionality, and reduce ponding during rain events. The project was publicly advertised and 12 bids were received. The lowest bid received was for $341,860. Staff reviewed all 12 bids and recommends awarding the contract to Mountain Cascade Incorporated, which submitted the lowest responsible and responsive bid. For reference, the city's engineering estimate came in at $440,000, and staff is pleased with where these bids came in at. Staff is requesting a 15% contingency, or $51,279 to cover any unanticipated complications. Including the contingency, the total project cost is $393,139. The project will be funded entirely through the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund with no impact to the general fund, and sufficient budget is available to cover this cost. As detailed in the staff report, staff is requesting council adopt the resolution awarding the project to Mountain Cascade Incorporated, approving the contract documents and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the contract and necessary documents. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. Are there any questions from council? Okay, we could move into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of this item. I have no speakers in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Closing public comments and moving into any discussion.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. That was good. And it was quick. I loved it.
Thank you.
And it just got to the point.
She likes that and data. Thank you. If we're ready for a motion,
I'm ready to make a motion. So I move to adopt a resolution approving the contract documents, awarding the bid, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Mountain Cascade, Inc.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson?
Yes, and I'm in the room alone.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Orlevins?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, the item passes. Thanks again, Chris. Moving into item H2, Alexis Morris, Community Development Director, will present an item regarding the release of the initial study mitigated negative declaration for the East County Service Center project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This is an update, as the mayor said, on the recent release of the Notice of Intent to adopt an initial study mitigated negative declaration, which I'll refer to as ISM&D, for the County Service Center project. The Notice of Intent was released on January 29th, 2026. The public comment period will end February 23rd at 5 p.m., so close of business. The project is located on county-owned parcels located at Brentwood Boulevard and Technology Way. The proposed project includes approximately 120,000 square feet of building space, 409 parking stalls, 441 county employees, and improvements on adjacent streets in the city of Brentwood. Public access for the project will be from Technology Way, and the project will feature staff-only gated access points from Brentwood Boulevard and Business Center Drive. I confirmed with the county today that they believe construction could start as early as March 19th with rough grading and could take approximately 20 months. So the ISM&D process for public comments, as I said, they must be submitted by 5 p.m. February 23rd. The addresses on where those comments can be submitted are included in the staff report for the public. The ISM&D is available online at the link you see here on the screen, and it's also attached to the staff report tonight. City staff from multiple departments are currently reviewing the ISM&D for its technical accuracy and adequacy of its mitigation measures, and will submit a formal comment letter by the deadline. As far as the city's processes related to the County Service Center project, this project is located on county-owned parcels. Therefore, the city has limited authority over the project per the California Government Code. However, in addition to submitting CEQA comments, the city does have the authority to take action on a couple of items. One would be an issuance of an encroachment permit for the improvements that they are proposing within the city's right-of-way. This is a ministerial permit. We've already discussed that a bit tonight. The city can also make a determination of conformance with a general plan. This would be under the Planning Commission's jurisdiction, and this is a determination of whether a project is consistent with the city's general plan. However, it's an advisory decision only and is not binding on the project in one way or the other. So that concludes my brief presentation on the ISM&D. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Alexis. Who would like to start with questions? Okay, I will, unless Vice Mayor, did you have?
I did have a couple of questions.
Okay.
I wanted to ask, I'm sorry, for the, oh gosh, sorry, I kind of got thrown off. I didn't think I was gonna go so soon.
Would you rather I started?
Yes, please.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you. There's so many questions, and I'm trying to condense a little bit and trying to keep things focused on specifically responses and questions that can be included in our letter. But it's hard because there are a lot of questions here, and I think one of the main ones is just for the sake of public clarification, the county is considering this process to be a fully transparent and engaged with the community process, correct?
I haven't asked them directly if that's how they consider it, but they made a presentation here last week, and I think they implied that they had conducted community engagement.
Okay. And I'm also wondering, I know we asked our city manager to follow up and see if we could get a town hall. Did you hear anything on that?
Not at this time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing is that they came and made a presentation here during which the public was not really allowed to engage and ask questions and are not willing to do a town hall. The engagement that happened through this process and our agenda item meant that we told people how they could submit a comment through us or directly to the county, but there was really literally no engagement, no time for the public to ask actual questions live and get answers, correct? Okay. And I think it's important to point that out. That's not our process, that's the county's process. I just want to make sure people understand that. And I have a problem with it because I do think what I'm hearing from the community is a lot of questions that are not answered. I mean, I will say I spent a lot of time going through the 1,860 pages of this report, and it was exhausting, so I don't know that the general public is going to do the same. But I'll start with some of the more basic questions to see if we can kind of bring people into the discussion. There was just a clarification on the 85% measurement of the Contra Costa VMT. So at one point I heard there was a 75th%, another point I heard an 85th. So could you explain what that looks like?
Sure, and I'll defer to Alan on how the VMT works, but it's basically our service population and how it will travel to and from this project. And then Alan, maybe you can explain the percentiles.
There are different percentages out there as part of this the traffic impact analyses. There's like a 95% related to LOS.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm going to break in and ask that you explain any acronyms.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. LOS is level of service, so that's the intersection analysis and is how well it moves traffic through. So when new projects come forward, part of the analysis that was included in the report was one of level of service. It talked about spillover and had percentages there, but to your question about VMT, from my quick review of the VMT analysis, it was pretty consistent with what the city does as well. They use similar guidelines and percentages that we do as well.
Okay, and the purpose of this process is to basically determine whether there are factors that are going to impact environmentally speaking. And so any questions and responses that we come up to be included in that letter should reflect that, and what else?
So in terms of the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, the process is that it's circulated for 20 days, and the purpose is to receive public comment on that environmental document and that analysis. So that is what I was referring to with the notice of intent to adopt an ISMND. So any comments that are submitted on in relationship to that particular document should, in best practice, be focused on the content of the document and the CEQA laws and analysis that's done. You can still pass on other comments on a project in other venues, but typically best practices, a comment letter on this document focuses on the content of this document.
Thank you. I would really love to ask your opinion on some things, but I'm trying to keep this a very structured conversation, at least when I'm asking my questions. But in reading some of these assumptions about impact, for example, to our police department, to our public works department, it does not appear to me that the county reached out to speak with our staff in our departments to actually check the up-to-date, at that moment, potential impact. Can you confirm if that's true or not?
Yeah, so I haven't finished all 1,800 pages, but in the segments that I have read, it does not appear that they've actually reached out to those departments, that they've relied on older documents, but not spoken to our staff directly.
Okay, thank you. And so with that conclusion, can we potentially consider this to be inaccurate?
Potentially. We would do our own review of the CEQA document, see if the conclusions are supported by the evidence. And so if they did not reach out to our staff directly, we could potentially conclude that no, their conclusions aren't supported by evidence because they don't have the latest information that we can tell from what they presented in their document.
Thank you. Alan, I think this next question is for you. It's around modifications and the part of the report that says access points modifications to the circulation system, utility connections, et cetera, within the public right-of-way would be constructed to comply with city standards. Can you explain what that means, please?
So, Mayor, may I just engage just for a second, please? Because I want to make sure that when the council and the mayor ask a question, how are we going to format that in the response? So the mayor's last question regarding the lack of checking with staff.
So I can certainly expand on the process of responding to the ISMND and how staff, what kind of lens we look at, and how we can forward any comments that may come from our questions or clarification points tonight. So the example that you just provided about not reaching out to staff directly is a typical comment that we would, when we look at these documents, we're looking at, do they show their work, or is their conclusion supported by the evidence? And so we're going to use that lens throughout our review of the document. Okay, so that is a fair point. They're not showing their work. It's a no-no in CEQA terms to just assert a fact without any supporting evidence, right? So those are the types of comments that we would put throughout our letter, and we certainly hear any questions that council has tonight about specifics on the document that we can't clarify or we might not have noticed in our review. We're certainly going to include, and we can pass on to the county as part of our comment letter. Our comment letter is not due until February 23rd, so if council wants to take time and review and has questions, they can certainly forward them to staff and we can include them. We'll probably submit our letter at the very end of the day on the 23rd. That's typical. So there's time. If there's more questions or points of clarification that we need on the document, we can certainly include that in our letter.
And so, Mayor, the reason why I interjected there, because I want to make sure that this is not just a conversation and that we're capturing what you're saying at the end. So you don't have to go back and say, well, what are we doing? So if you have a question like that last one, staff's going to make sure that we report back to the county saying, we don't believe you've included this information. We need you to elaborate on that. So I just want to make sure as we move through the conversation that we're capturing that so we don't have to go back and look at the record later on.
Thank you, Harold. I think that's a really good point. And I think it's good for us to be really clear in our discussion today about these points being included in the letter. So I appreciate you saying that so we can make sure that anything that we're talking about that seems like it is a good fit for being added can then be included in it. I do want to mention too, there was the section about the bus schedules, for example. And when we're talking about the fact that the county did not reach out to staff, they didn't reach out to Tri-Delta Transit either because the bus schedules all changed last August. And this report does not reflect those changes. One of the county supervisors is actually, or two on the Tri-Delta Transit board, but this report does not reflect the fact that those bus schedules change, and that information does impact a lot of this report. So I just think it's really important for us to talk about that and to make sure that's really kind of forward in our letter. I also wanted to ask in kind of reading the document and doing some side research, I was a little confused, and Alan, and I appreciated you answered, but I also wanted to ask this so everyone could hear the answer, that it appeared that the county was using the Bay Area regional VMT number as a vehicle miles traveled number, as opposed to the Contra Costa County specific number.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we had a previous discussion about that. Relooking at the document, yes, it alludes to the Bay Area VMT number, which is kind of a large regional number that the analysis looks at and compares the project to and how it affects it. There's a more specific thing called, sorry for the acronym, it's TAZ, but it is more regional specific. And that number as well, the project looks at, the project's VMT is compared to the TAZ number as well. So there's two numbers in the VMT analysis. I know it's very confusing. It's really hard to understand, but as far as when I re-looked at the analysis that they did, the VMT, the way they did their analysis is consistent with CCTA's methodologies and what we do in Brentwood as well.
Thank you, and I appreciate the explanation, although I will say, it just, again, just speaks to the fact that this document is not, in my opinion, thoroughly thought through and prepared in a way that is, that, you know, A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. I feel like B and C are missing. I feel like the conclusions that are in this document are not necessarily backed by any sort of research or data. So thank you for answering that. I'm going to double check a couple more things. Oh, actually, there was a huge section on public service. And again, I don't feel necessarily comfortable that I think our levels of service we have available at this point through police and fire would be sufficient. But again, I'm not sure that it's addressed really sufficiently within the document. I will say, I was curious about the 3-story height, because typically our highest building is 40 feet, correct, for a 3-story building within the city limits? And we have a ladder truck that at this point, I don't know if it can go safely beyond 40 feet. Do you have any idea? Or that would be another question for the county?
That would be a question for the county. There are other buildings in East County that are taller than that, that the fire district serves. You know, there's 4- and 5-story buildings in other jurisdictions that are served by the county. So, and they have proposed to bring a ladder truck to Brentwood at some point in the future. But that would be an operational question for the fire district.
Okay, which I think is a fair question too. I think I'm going to let someone else go while I just make sure I've covered everything I need to cover.
I can go next.
I'm ready, Madam Mayor. I was thinking.
I'm sorry, who's ready?
And,
Can I share my screen?
you were going to let me go, and then you went, so I would like to go next if possible.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor, may I just ask very quickly, we're getting kind of far away from clarifying questions. I don't know that we have a lot of public speakers here, but did you want to take care of public comments so that you heard from folks? Because this is really getting very detailed.
I think it would depend on whether the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mendoza have specific questions or discussion points.
I'll start when we go into this conversation.
Vice Mayor?
I would just like the opportunity to ask a question, which is our protocol. Okay. So
yeah, absolutely.
I did want to ask, when will the council see the draft comment letter before it's submitted? I know, Alexis, you had, Director Morris, you had just talked about that the letter was due February 23rd and that council can comment, but I would like to know when we see a draft of the letter.
So I'll defer to the city manager on that, because we are on such an aggressive timeline and we don't have another council meeting before the 23rd that we could receive direction. The thought was staff would be preparing the letter at staff level.
Yes, so yes, Vice Mayor and Council, we would certainly provide the council with a copy of the letter before we mail it. But to indicate that it's going to be a draft letter would not be correct. The letter that we would be sending would be the final letter to the county, unless we have a special meeting for the council to come together and make comments on the draft letter that we would be proposing at the time. But at the current rate, there isn't an opportunity for us to come back to the body with a draft version and then move it forward.
Can I piggyback a question on that? and this might help us, Vice Mayor. So if we get the draft letter and and we feel like there's stuff missing, we can send our own amended letter to the county, correct? So like if we, like for some reason you forget about asking police and we're like, wait, she missed police. And I'm not saying you're gonna forget that part, but we can send in our own letter.
Anytime, yes. So what we would send council because of the schedule is a final letter. And if there are points in there that we didn't make or you feel differently about, or you want to add to, remember, we might be sending our letter towards the end of the day on the 23rd. So we could send it to council perhaps the day before that, so you can prepare and submit your comments in a timely manner. Does that sound, okay.
And then I had another question. I did want to ask, this is directed to our city manager. At one point during a conversation with the county, the city manager, I appreciated, asked to create a formal engagement strategy letter between the county and the city. There seemed to be a little bit of resistance on the behalf of the county. Has that progressed? And this is from Mr. Duffy, at all, or have they responded back to you regarding this letter? I thought it was a great idea.
I did send them a letter, and they responded back saying thank you, but no thank you. They were not interested in establishing an MOU to weigh in on factors of that nature.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is, has staff retained or considered independent environmental or traffic review to ensure the city's interests are fully protected? And that's the last question for me, and I'll leave the rest for after public comments for discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, we have not pursued outside reviewers. We haven't had a budget set aside for that. And given the level of analysis and the type of technical studies that are attached, staff is fairly experienced in reviewing these the traffic study, the biological report, the air quality, and those types of reports. So no, we haven't consulted with or contracted with an outside reviewer.
Thank you, Director Morris.
I actually have one final question before we move into public comment. And this is regarding any kind of public notice. And this is just basically to have a public confirmation of this process because, for example, Silvergate Apartments is very, very close to this site and may not in the long term experience a lot of impact, although I think the traffic will be a problem, but especially during construction will definitely. So there, just if you could confirm, was there any requirement whatsoever to let Silvergate know that there is an open public comment period?
So CEQA does not require you to notice individual property owners about the availability of these environmental documents. You're required to publish it in a paper of record posted at the county recorder's clerk's office. But individual notification, similar to our public hearing notices, is not required under CEQA. That doesn't mean you can't elect to do it, but it's, as far as I understand from the county, it has not been done.
Okay, and I think that's one more reason the town hall was kind of a suggestion. Okay, no more questions. We can move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We did receive 2 written public comments in advance of this item, which are summarized on the screen. I have 1 speaker card in person. Sue?
I'm speaking on this service center with many residents that I don't think really know much about it. I, for one, find many discrepancies in the traffic impact of having 400 plus employees at the location, with the impact report only looking at the method of vehicle miles traveled and which addresses emissions from vehicles versus the former method used level of service, which measures congestion, delays, intersection capacity, and motorist convenience. Even though the requirements only address VMT measurements, it is essential that all traffic issues in the city should be addressed and address motorist convenience. This is why we have so many unplanned points of congestion throughout the city that are now difficult to deal with after the fact. And I think we all know where many of them are. Second, based on the comments from residents about this project, it seems that they are mixed. As with any project, there are pros and cons. So it would seem that the county would want to be good partners with the city and be courteous enough to provide a live forum for there to be an exchange for all sides to ask questions and present their opinions. If the county thinks this is such a good idea, why wouldn't they want to come out and say why and address some of the mitigations they present in the report on, such as a town hall. Mitigation points brought up in the document are remote workers, public transit, et cetera. Yet we hear about BART's proposed cutting of the Antioch station. The project quotes that East Contra Costa County is one of the fastest growing regions in the county. This greatly affects the city of Brentwood and its service provided, such as the fact that this project is under the protection of the Brentwood Police Department. Ignoring the residents by not being willing to have an open and honest live discussion is not a good move for partnership.
The speaker's timer has expired. I have no additional cards in person. I do have hands raised in Zoom. Danny, go ahead.
So where have I heard this story before? The big butt ugly brown firehouse. You expect and I mean you, the audience, you expect them to play fair. You expect them to be good neighbors. I wish I could find the words to get people here so upset that they will finally say enough is enough, Diane Burgess. We almost had our way with the firehouse, almost, even though the whole coordination between the little munchkin and the fire district and all the other backroom elites, we almost made it. We have lessons learned. But if anyone is expecting them to come to us at a town hall, not going to happen. If we expect anything, like paperwork in on time or slow walking it, that is her modus operandi. And so we need to pull together. And I'm not talking about the 6, 7, 8 people that always come to these meetings. It's got to be your neighbors. It's got to be, everybody, because that's the only way you get her attention. I know that from experience, being one of the few but vocal with the vets. We got her attention. They had to pull all the stops, and it boiled down to 2 people who have been told or have been alleged to be in her pocket. But we almost got it.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Tracy. Tracy, go ahead.
Okay, hi. Yes, my name is Tracy Kasamoto, and I'm listening to this woman not being able to answer questions or say nobody's reached out. It's stunning, but it's not surprising. And as for Diane Burgess, she'd just ignore you. And anyway, don't get me started on her. But anyway, I find it ironic that the county is willing to cut costs moving this project forward without getting an EPA study. That's what they're cutting costs on. Or they're hiding something and not willing to cut costs when it comes to their spending elsewhere. I completely object to the unserious way which they're proceeding. I object to the process of circumventing any full environmental study. I object to the project beginning based on simply an initial study with the quote unquote promise to mitigate. The fact that they would rather make promises to mitigate versus showing seriousness and concern by getting a full Environmental Protection Agency review and assessment tells me a lot. I don't trust anyone who is trying to bypass a very important study when developing a huge complex in my community. As a matter of fact, they're trying to cut costs already, and the project hasn't even begun. So can you imagine what costs they're going to cut and what shortcuts they're going to make that could affect this project when no one's looking? Also, too, just to say, I want to go on about Burgess, but I can't. But as a side note, do you really think that the bulldozer is going to quit when they see one of two of these endangered species? Do you really think they're going to stop? No, they're not going to stop. Anyway, I'm mad about this and can't believe the report and the no answers to anything. Anyway, that's it.
The next speaker is Stephanie. Stephanie, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council members. It's me, Stephanie Williams Rogers again, and I'm speaking on this agenda item tonight as a concerned Brentwood resident. I want to express my disappointment regarding the county's approach to community engagement around the proposed new county building in our city. Presenting during the last council meeting and releasing nearly 1,800 pages of documentation without hosting a public forum does not constitute meaningful engagement. Most working families, seniors, and small business owners in Brentwood do not have the ability to comb through that volume of information on their own. When decisions of this magnitude are being considered, decisions that impact traffic, infrastructure, public safety, and the character of our community, residents deserve more than a document dump. We deserve a conversation. So I'll just end with saying community trust is built through dialogue, not just disclosure, and shame on the county for not meaningfully engaging with Brentwood residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening again. I hate to disappoint the council and the Brentwood residents listening or the ones paying attention. This is a done deal. The pet project of Diane Burgess will happen not because of her, it's because there is no political will from our local representative, at least the three of you. And you know who you are. Our District 2 representative, as well as Patanisha, as well as Faye, claimed they had conversations with Diane Burgess, obviously not very productive. We haven't heard any results of it or any input or anything that will benefit or be in favor of our city. We don't know what was discussed, and all I can think of is that Diane summoned both of you to dictate to not show opposition and vote for this project, similar as they did with she did with the firehouse downtown. And Tony, it's in the bag. I expect him to raise his hand and say, yes, ma'am. I want to mention that our roads, Sand Creek in particular, will be a disaster, supporting at least 800 car trips a day from the employees coming to the center. It took me today at 3 p.m. 20 minutes to travel 1.8 miles from Highway 4 to Sand Creek and O'Hara intersection. I'm proposing to impose fees on the county for the use and maintenance of our roads. I know that county imposes fees on anyone or any business that builds or develops anything on county land. No council meeting until the end of comment period due to the county. This is a situation when you actually should have a special council meeting. I ask you to.
The speaker's time has expired. I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into discussion, I'm aware of Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes, and can you see this? Okay, so you guys know how I think. I have to put it on a presentation because if not, I can't get my my thoughts. And I think that we need to probably show the public exactly what we're talking about. And this is Brentwood Boulevard and Technology Way with Sand Creek on the north. This consists of two different areas, PD 42 and the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. When we look at the Brentwood specific plan, PD 42 was commercial uses. This is definitely something they could do in PD 42 without any question at all. My problem is the portion to the south, which was the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. You know, we keep getting told by the state, we got to build our housing, we got to build our housing. And Diane Burgess, so much cares about housing. You know, she's rezoning a bunch of Discovery Bay. But when it comes to our affordable number, it doesn't seem like she cares, because this area is supposed to have 70% of gross acreage should be high density. And it says that every area should have it. So they are not allowing us to fill our commitment, and they're actually not even following their own county guidelines. Sorry, I have to hide something on the bottom of my screen because I can't see that. Their own county guidelines are at the bottom too. So it's hypocritical of Diane to do this when she knows that RENA and the state is making us build housing, and this is an area we set aside for housing. This is more on the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. So density shall be calculated based on gross acreage of project and shall be within the specified range of the applicable land use. There is no mid-range density required. And these guidelines apply to all residential areas, including those allowed in the COIR, which this area is. And there's more information. Again, I had to do this really fast this weekend, so it's not pretty and nice. It's kind of just a lot of information. But I think it's important that the public understand where this information lives. So there's two areas. PD 42 is the north area, and the bottom area is the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. One of my biggest concerns is parking, and I've mentioned this before. And when parking gets crazy, people sometimes lose their minds. And I've said it again, like growing up in East Oakland, if you park somewhere and you take someone's space, you better be very careful, because you never know what's going to happen to you or your vehicle. And in this case, I think we are far under what they need, and I don't understand how they're calculating the parking. So what I would like to ask staff to ask on this one is, so where are their employees coming from? Because they have bike spaces, but how many of their residents live out here with bikes that are really going to use the bike spaces? Of the 409, 40 of them are for fleet, so they're not even for regular parking. So there goes 44 of those spaces. They only show 79 spaces for visitors. So if we could also get a list of the average, where the average, I don't know if we call them customers or clients, come from, I think that would be important too. And that's for a couple reasons. Because I don't think that they're going to come on public transit. I just don't think that's going to happen. And only 286 for staff. So the question is, where do you expect the rest of your staff to park? Because there's not enough street space in that area for them to park. So even in their own county guidelines, it says this project will require 600 600 parking spaces. So they're way below even their own guidelines. This one is cultural resources. While it doesn't fit in this section, I got a call from the businesses on Brentwood Boulevard that the shops across where the Dollar General is that what it is? Dollar General, Taco Bell, all that area. The smaller shops are going up now. They've already been told, because this building is coming, their rent is going up $1,000 a month. The gym that was there is going to go up $4,000 a month. So Diane Burgess is single-handedly shutting down small family businesses, and not only small family businesses, but businesses of people of color. So I think we need to put a comment in our report about that. The infuriating thing about that is we've seen this story before. We saw it in the Mission in San Francisco. Representative Jackie Fielder just said that the gentrification, this is going to happen in Brentwood, on Brentwood Boulevard. There will be gentrification. The gentrification has pushed out 9,000 Latinos in San Francisco. Brentwood Boulevard is the core of our Latino immigrant field worker that's been there forever. And this is disgusting. And Diane Burgess should be ashamed. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get 400 and something employees come in. These employees are probably going to be like, hey, maybe I should move closer to work. And you know what's going to happen with the property values in that area? They're going to go up, and they're going to push out poorer people and people of color. So I think we need to address gentrification, and that needs to be analyzed in some way, shape, or form. But the fact that we're already seeing a business close before a shovel is even in the dirt is absolutely deplorable, and she should be ashamed of herself. You know, the Housing Accountability Act, but I don't think they have to apply by it. So they get a pass card because there's an opinion by Becerra, when he was the AG, that they don't have to do this. I would like to send a letter to Becerra's office and asking him to actually elaborate on his opinion. In his opinion, did he expect affordable housing to happen? And did he expect gentrification to happen? Which I'm pretty sure he didn't, but I would like to send a letter to his office as well. So here's the opinion on Becerra. So yeah, they can kind of do what they want to do, but they have to actually have I think it's an EIR or a CEQA, I can't remember exactly which one, if they can't mitigate everything. And I don't think they can mitigate everything. And do we know if they did I couldn't find an infill environmental checklist. We got one of those when we got the fire station, but I couldn't find one for this. So do we know if they have the infill checklist? I couldn't find it in the 1900 or so pages. So.
Well, they're not claiming an infill exemption.
Okay.
So there's a difference.
So they don't have to do it even though
No, it's not necessary because they did the mitigated negative declaration. They're not claiming to be exempt from that process.
Okay, but if we find that there's flaws in their mitigated deck, we can ask for more information. I mean, I guess we as a city can say, no, we're not going to give you your encroachment permit. You could then sue us, and then we're going to go to court and then go through all of these things in court, right?
That's a question for the city attorney. I'm not.
No, we can do it. Okay, so noise. The noise is going to be high. I highlighted the project, so the noise is going to be out of our own Brentwood city guidelines. I think that needs to be addressed. Also, there is a school right across the street. I think their hours of operation, I think, need to be adjusted in line with those school hours. Just like we did for the Vineyard Academy, I don't think they get a pass on this. I don't want children going in and out when there's work trucks going in and out. So if we could work with the school and figure out what hours they're in session, like when people are dropping off and picking up, I think that would be helpful too. Greenhouse emissions. We know there's going to be greenhouse emissions. I think we need a little bit more work and ask a little bit more questions. This goes back to the VMT. The VMT is supposed to reduce greenhouse emissions, but if we could find out where these 400 employees live, because I think they're understating their VMT impact. So I think we need a more in-depth analysis on the VMT, because if most of their employees are living like in Martinez and you're driving out here and they reduced it, like they only increased it by what, 10% or something, that's poppycock. There's no way that's happening. And that's as much as I'm gonna curse tonight.
So if I can, I just want to make sure that we're able to capture your questions and put them back to the council, to the county. So there are a couple questions statements that you have that I want to make sure that it seemed like we were going to be asking or trying to find out the information when really we're going to be reporting back to the county saying we need this information or this information is lacking. So I want to make sure, Alexis, that we caught that right. That we're actually going to be proposing the question back to the county saying we'd like to see this information. So we are not going to be chasing down the data. We're going to be asking them that your report did not include this data.
Okay.
And we'd like to see it.
Okay, that sounds great.
Okay.
So again, this goes back to the population and the housing. I think it is absolutely disgusting that, I'm going to start calling her chief architect of gentrification on Brentwood Boulevard, because that's what Diane Burgess is at this point. Parks, I think their little park that they're doing is a little bit of a joke. I don't know if we can require any kind of parks, but that's going to be a big concrete space. So if there's any way they could add more grass or something, because it's going to get, and especially in Brentwood where we try to reduce the amount of concrete and add more green canopies, I feel like this goes against everything we are, in Brentwood. So if we could do something around that.
Could I mention too that there was mention in the report of that being considered open space?
Yeah.
Not just park space, but open space.
Yeah, and that concrete is not sufficient. So when it comes to the trips, I think we need more I would like for them to provide how they did the analysis, like what data they used, because I'm just not buying it. I don't think their trips are correct. So when it comes to their employees, but I think they only have 79 spaces for visitors, but let's figure out how many they really get in a day, because Sand Creek is going to be packed. And there's a couple of things with that. I think Cinziana mentioned it. It's going to impact our roads. And then Alan, you're going to have to hear from people like, oh, the roads aren't nice. So what exactly is that impact on the city? Like how often are we now going to have to replace that and fix them? And then how many, like on average, how many accidents is there per 100 cars? So how many times are we going to increase the call volume on our police department as well? So I think they need to answer those questions. They should be doing the analysis around that, like, because I think it's a bigger impact on the transportation. So PM.2 concentrations. This one was a little concerning, and this one I totally don't understand. But the fact that you're saying yes to increase cancer risk in 2 different incidents during construction, and one of them is to the students, how do you mitigate that? I don't know how they're going to do that, but they need to address that. If I were a parent in that school, I would be up in arms about that. And, you know, the mayor mentioned letting the apartments know. I think we should let the school know as well, because this is really scary. And I think they have the right to know that Diane Burgess is putting in a building that could cause cancer to their children. So this is the grading of the different intersections. It's going to be horrible. We're going to go from on Brentwood Boulevard and Technology Way from a B to a D. On Brentwood Boulevard to Sand Creek from it's going to say D, but it does, the seconds do go up. And then B to C, Business Center Drive and Sand Creek. So we know it's not going to be great. And when we live it everywhere. Okay, let's talk about the bus stops. As the mayor mentioned, they were using old bus information. And I think it's really cute that they put a bus stop 0.22 miles when the guideline is 0.25 miles. That's convenient. So these are the bus stops in the area that they're going to go to. This is where I'm concerned about this is the schedule. You're supposed to have 20-minute intervals during peak times. And the peak times, hold on, I put it somewhere. Or maybe I didn't put it somewhere. Maybe I deleted it, sorry. But their peak times, and I'll get them again from Tri-Delta, is kind of from like 6 to 9 in the morning. And then in the afternoon, I can't remember the times, but I'll look them up. Oh, here they are. So 6 to 9 for Tri-Delta and 3 to 7 in the afternoon for Tri-Delta. And then for Caltrans, MPOs, and that is 7 to 9 or 4 to 6. So they've already failed when it comes to the 20 minutes during peak times. So they can't, unless they're going to change the bus routes, they can't mitigate that right now. When I look at VMT, this is on I believe the Tri-Delta page, and this is what we are in that area today. We're at a VMT of 20.10 per worker because it's not residential. And then the goal for Brentwood in the 2040 plan, according to the county, is 19.11. So it's like, we're not going to get any better if they do this. There's no way we're going to make our 2040 goal in that side of town. And then this is, Alan, you already talked about VMT, but I just put all the information here because I think it's hard for people to understand. But, again, your VMT is just bringing down all of those greenhouse gases, and we have to use the employee one. They're using the larger area. I don't know why we can't use Brentwood and why we can't insist on it, because it is Brentwood that they're impacting. So I think that should be a question too, is we would like to change your VMT to the Brentwood number in their own reporting that's available, not, it's not something we made up. So, so yeah, that was it on that. And those are my questions. I am absolutely upset. I wouldn't mind it if we did it like over off of Highway 4 bypass. I think that'd be a great place for it, and PA1 or Innovation Center. I think that's exactly the type of building that we would be jumping up and down for, and right near the freeway, the least amount of impact on our roads, all concentrated. But it's just sad. So that's where I am right now. I do not want this building on that corner. I think that we should fight on this one. Just like I thought we should fight on the fire station. But, I'm just one vote, and that's why I tell people you got to count to 3 if you want something.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I want to clarify that I was not summoned to a meeting by Diane Burgess, but our former interim city manager set up meetings with the county, as well as invited Councilmember Maloney. And as the representative in that district, several questions were asked. So since, maybe some residents weren't paying attention last time, I can clarify that again. During that meeting, I asked about 10 questions. One of them was I asked about the number of jobs that were coming, which are clarified in this report. They told me 441 approximately. I asked about any increase in traffic of registered sex offenders near 2 public schools and actually 3 in the area, or felons, considering that we do have probation and some sheriff's office in that building coming. And I was told more about that, about the protections that they have, about security that they will have in the building. I asked about traffic and an entry from Brentwood Boulevard, which is one of the most concerning, and I'll talk about that more. Initially, in the first meeting, I was told that they didn't foresee an entrance from Brentwood Boulevard, but it appears that that has changed. Now we're seeing in the report that it will be a staff entrance from Brentwood Boulevard. I asked about the environmental considerations about this space. And they talked more about the environmental considerations. And in addition, I asked, which I asked during a council meeting again for the public, about what we're doing to reduce our carbon imprint and if we're going to have EV chargers. They talked about EV chargers and the solar panels that they plan to put over the area. I asked about how they designed the exterior because the design did not match what our design element looks like as being a member of LUD. I asked them if they considered our design elements, and it appeared that they had not. I asked them what they consider it. They brought up during the meeting that while they didn't feel they needed to, that they would consider it. So that was something, and I believe they had a change of the initial designs. I asked them if they had compared this to if they considered the downtown Brentwood specific plan. There was a little bit of pushback in that one, that it was almost as if they didn't need to consider the downtown Brentwood specific plan because it was county-owned land. I asked about how they would improve the infrastructure of the street. As everyone knows, we have Brentwood Boulevard needs a substantial amount of work for our streets, our sidewalks. And I've brought this up before about the beautification and the lack of plants and foliage down Brentwood Boulevard. They informed me and showed pictures of that they intend to put a bunch of greenery along the side of Brentwood Boulevard and would be doing some Brentwood Boulevard improvements to the sidewalk as well as the street. I asked about how they would support and improve, and then I asked about what type of services they would bring. And at that time, that is when they told me about they want to plan to have veteran services. They want to plan to have possibly have healthcare services. I was told that there is healthcare services provided already in the city of Brentwood. They want to expand on that. And then they talked about joint use agreements and even talked about the potential of a farmer's market or some other type of usage for members of the community. So this is what I'll say. Regional facilities like this one are important, and I believe that the city would play a great role in the city, especially considering we talked about jobs and the fact that we don't want to reduce jobs. This one is bringing 441 jobs. I even asked about the potential for the quality of job, what type of range, and I was told a median range of income and higher. However, at the same time, as an elected official, it is my responsibility, all of our responsibility, to ensure that the infrastructure, the traffic flow, public safety, and the quality of life of our residents is considered. This is the biggest consideration that I have. Given the scale of this project and its long-term impact on Brentwood, I really want to ensure and make sure that the environmental review is comprehensive and defensible. Here are some of the concerns that came up for me, even in our meetings. Traffic modeling. The main issue I have is the traffic from Brentwood Boulevard. If you've been on Brentwood Boulevard during school hours, any time of the day, this was our major highway, and I am concerned about the traffic. I'm also concerned about the intersection improvements. They're not really clear in what we've seen about any improvements to the intersection. You have traffic flowing on to one side towards Dollar General, which again, I'm concerned about something over there, which I'll bring up in a second. The emergency response impact, I don't think we got any emergency response impact studies. And without us having our fifth beat, I'm not certain that we've gotten what we need back. And so these are the things that I would like to have brought up in the letter. The traffic modeling, a full detail of the intersection improvements, to be clear, emergency response impact studies done by them, not us. and how much more of our police staff and attention will need to go to a building of this size and magnitude, in addition to the type of population that will be going to this building. I asked, will there be increased sheriffs there to deal with any additional, and I don't feel like I had a good response back. The construction impacts, I think the mayor brought up a really good thoughtfulness about not only do we need to bring up and council member Mendoza about not only do we need to let the school know, but also the residents nearby. And I'm going to even say the residents right behind in the Village Drive community who may have some impacts from the sound pollution as well as dust pollution from construction. I'm not trying to fight that. We do need to bring more jobs, and we can bring them to District 2. There's no problem with that. But I think we need to also talk about parking overflow. I think that's going to be a big deal. We have 441 potential employees. We're not even talking about the general public for multiple departments. I would like, and I will continue to bring this up. She may say that she doesn't agree with me on this one, but I brought it up on fire that I feel like the county needs to have a public forum to have these discussions at. I think that will alleviate people's concern. We can ask the questions. I know we don't. It's very clear. And I would prefer, I really, really appreciate, and it was uncomfortable, the pushback that he got, but I really appreciate some type of engagement between the county and the city just to show that we're partners. No engagement looks like there's no partnership. And I would like to see us be strategic partners in doing things that benefit the residents of our city, of our county, in East County. If this is truly for them, then we should hear from them. It's important. I advocate for traffic mitigation and economic opportunities for our local businesses. I really advocate for that. And then the last thing that I will say is, because I think it's important, and I have it here. Hold on a second, because I wrote a whole bunch of notes on this one. I would like for us in the letter to review how, if there is, I would like for it to come back just to the Planning Commission, even though it's just advisory, for the review of the general plan consistency to make advisory suggestions. I don't see how that would be a problem. I mean, I know we may feel empowered because it is their land, but I would like for us to look at the consistencies and inconsistencies and see if people do the right thing when they find out from our planning commission. But I, again, want to maintain that my focus is on traffic and infrastructure, public safety, and economic opportunities. This could bring about some economic opportunities. This was what I was going to bring up. I am very disturbed and a little let down if the new owner of the property that has the Dollar General is trying to eliminate a business that provides services to people who cannot afford to go across town to Costco, or who cannot afford. I've been in that, because Target is a very racist organization and has eliminated their DEI. I shop in the Dollar General on a regular basis. The people in the store know me when I walk in. They don't know me as the vice mayor. They know me as the lady that sometimes buys people in the Village Drive community milk. I have bought milk twice in there. I've bought diapers in that store for people. I am positioning an organization that is on March the 28th, going to be in front from 8 to 12, giving out gift cards, because we have a community of people who cannot afford to even buy the basic necessities. I have heard from people, even on our staff, who have called me, and I'm not attacking our staff because we have amazing staff, but one of the members of our staff called me to talk about still trying to put something and remove a business from that location that serves a disenfranchised, low-income population. And I'm disturbed by that. I am disturbed that the new owner is using this opportunity for economic gain, which I get it. We're in a society where the dollar makes a lot, but I am disturbed. And I will tell you that gym is being affected. They're basically trying to oust them so they can bring a new organization in there That's all about health, wellness. So let's not allow this situation to overshadow the negative. I'm hoping that the county hears this. I'm hoping that there are, and I know the county can only control what it can control, but hopefully the conversation and the dialogue will bring about a partnership in which we can figure out what is best for Brentwood. Because just putting a different big brand, a big box brand, doesn't serve the people in the village drive, the people that elected me. That doesn't serve them. It doesn't serve the business owners who came thinking that this was a great place for them. It doesn't serve them. So I'll get off my soapbox because I wholeheartedly think we have a bigger problem here. Not about this coming. It's 441 jobs, which we keep saying we want. And I'm not being emotional about who we like or we don't like. I'm more concerned about how do we work cohesively to make sure, one, the safety is in place, the traffic is appropriate, our children are safe, but also that we still provide services for all the members of our community, not just for some of them.
And I think we've all said that. We all want the jobs. I don't think any of us say no to the building. I think it's the location of the building that is inappropriate. And I think that Diane does need to come out to Brentwood Boulevard. I know she doesn't. She's never been to a Day of the Dead festival. I never see her out there. But it would be nice if she came out and actually met the people that are going to be impacted by this, because it's going to be a big deal, and it's going to be the Mission all over again. It's going to be Oakland all over again. And it's very, very disheartening that we're being told we can't do anything about it. It's like we gotta, just be okay with her gentrifying and kicking people out.
So I'm gonna close this up by saying it's pretty clear we're all saying very similar things. We all have very similar concerns. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. We'll move into Councilmember Maloney when I'm done. And so I'm hoping that you've been able to collect a lot of notes and being able to potentially compile them into the letter with some good impact. Clearly, they haven't done their research and they don't have a clear understanding of what the actual impacts will be. Absolutely want jobs. I think 150 of them were transfers from another, if I recall, another facility. And then, of course, the resources, too. I mean, we haven't really talked as much about that, but some of these resources are something that East County has been like a desert for and not had access to at all. I wish this, I mean, I know this is like a fantasy statement. I would like for this building to be over by JCPenney's. I think it would be, right in the middle of all the cities, right off the freeway, no residential homes, like right close by. Can't have what we always want, but we also, it is our duty to try and, again, mitigate the impacts to the extent that we can. If there's whatever we can do to try and make this project a little bit more feasible for the area, less impactful on people whose lives are going to change based on higher rents or, those kinds of things, closures of stores that they rely on. So I think it's a pretty clear message what we're all asking about. We definitely want better community engagement. We want our residents to be able to ask questions and learn about this project kind of face to face so that there's engagement, not just speaking at them, but with them. So I'm going to go ahead and let Councilmember Maloney speak, and then we will move on to the next item.
I think this is more a question for the city manager. From an economic development perspective, is there any type of repercussions or any type of policies we can put in place to stop gentrification from happening on Brentwood Boulevard? Or is this something that we need to discuss at a different time? Because we are going to have a lot of businesses come, and if this is something that's going to be happening wherever big businesses come, like we need to have some sort of incentives for the businesses that do own those shopping complexes not to be kicking, small businesses and local businesses out.
I think we really should have that larger conversation about how we can, especially when we are assisting in that economic development, that we have some triggers in place to ensure that the local small businesses are protected and allowed to grow in place. But most definitely, we don't want to be a catalyst in gentrification.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe we can now move into the next item. I have to say Thank you, staff, for the thoroughly working through this to try and find places where we could, ask questions, push back, and make statements, whatever it is. So I know this is a lot, and I appreciate the time that you've invested in it. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move into informationals at this point. And as you've seen, I've been.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Have we finished that item?
I thought we had, no?
Okay, I just want to make sure
That they've captured everything?
Yeah, that we really kind of look at the expectations. So, for example, Director Morris will be pulling together comments on the CEQA document. And where there are comments that are not CEQA related, she should be able to separate those out and see if we've captured those, and the council can see those, and you can add to those if that's the case. Okay. So Alexis, you might want to.
Yeah, so what I'm envisioning is a letter that's organized by topic, right? So there's just general comments on the nature of the project. There will be comments on the CEQA document, questions, clarification items, or on the content of the CEQA document. And then there will be probably just passing along, the need for more public engagement and that. So it'll be organized sort of by topic so they can focus on CEQA. And to manage expectations, we can ask for things and we can request things and we can hope for things, but that's no guarantee that they will be responsive.
But it's also very important in this process that we build a record. And so that's really important that we put those comments down and we build that record.
Thank you for that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Is it possible to request officially a town hall meeting, like from your office?
He has.
I can certainly send another letter, absolutely.
That's what
This is what we asked the last time too, though, like for you to reach back out and ask for it. Right, they'll consider it. Initially, they said, we'll consider it. And then we said at the end of the meeting, can you push a little harder? And he did reach out and they did not respond.
That was us.
So I will take this to the next level and talk directly with the CAO with a request.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes.
I think also we keep saying Diane, and I also think a letter should go to Monica Nino, who is the county administrator. So I think that is important to know. Eric Engstadt came before, but over him is Monica Nino, and I think it is very important that the county administrator receives a letter formally requested from the council that a town hall is done in our city.
Yeah, I know, thank you. I know Harold has direct contact information for her. And of course, there's a different address within the report to send any comments to. So I'm guessing the copies will go across the board, so everyone mentioned.
Yeah, we'll send the official CEQA documents for the record to the address that they requested, and then we can copy all kinds of people on that letter.
Perfect. Thank you. All of the board of supervisors. Yeah, the full board of supervisors would be good. Okay. We're going to move into informationals. And as I mentioned, I've been moving this to the end of the meeting consistently because public comments have been significant. And so I think it's fair of us to kind of move all of these things to the very end so that we can make sure public comments and, the business items happen first. So we will start with Councilmember Orlemans.
Since the last council meeting on the 27th, a meeting with the veterans, fire, and the interim assistant city manager, Carrie Breen, regarding the parking during the construction at the fire station. Really productive meeting that was extremely short, but it gave the vets and the fire the opportunity to begin exchanging numbers and ways to contact each other. And our ability to kind of step back and watch and make sure it's still happening. It was a very productive meeting. Monthly meeting with the city manager, Harold Duffy. A PAL board meeting, I do want to mention, I mentioned it last time, but again, the crab feed tickets are on sale for the March 14th PAL crab feed. At the Tri-Delta Transit meeting, agenda review, a meeting with Chief Ogrodnik, and then I think it was yesterday, I did a tour of the Antioch desalinization plant that they just put in with Casey and Carrie. Great tour, amazing building, amazing that they can pull all that water, that salt out of the water and then put it back out and make it drinking water. It's incredible. And how they carved out the whole side of the mountain to make that happen, as opposed to making the footprint of the plant much larger. So that concludes what.
Councilmember Maloney.
Since we last met, I attended a meeting at Supervisor Burgess's office along with residents from my neighborhood to discuss the neighbors' concerns regarding the county youth center. Some neighbors did request to meet with her personally, and she ended up conducting the meeting in her office. And I am very appreciative for all of our neighbors that have engaged in this process as well. And I'm grateful that the supervisor has given them a space to actually be heard. I've also visited downtown businesses and I listened to some of their concerns revolving around the couple of unhoused individuals that continue to cause some vagrancy issues in our downtown. I also attended the 4th annual Black History Month Oracle, and what a great event it was. Great performances all around, and special shout out to the singer of What a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong. That boy was amazing. He had an awesome voice. He made me cry. I also spoke with residents from the Highland neighborhood who continue to experience vagrant and criminal behaviors on their street. I can't wait till the social nuisance ordinance comes back to us so we can at least have some sort of forethought into what's going on in their neighborhoods. And then last, I was actually asked to meet by the family of Yolanda Ramirez, and I did meet with a couple of their family members. I expressed my condolences, acknowledged their difficult circumstances, and out of respect, they understood that I could not discuss any type of the legal process with them, and they knew that. I listened carefully. At the end of the day, we are a small community, and we are neighbors who will continue to interact with one another, and I am fully committed to professionalism and respect in my community.
Vice Mayor.
I attended the DVC crab feed. I met with the DVC Executive Director, Kristen Mingus, separately. I attended the 4th annual Black History Month oratorical event, and I attended John Elam's memorial service.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. Since last time we met, I attended a Zoom with the Bureau of Land Management for Oil and Gas, and just reiterated our opposition as a city and my own personal opposition. Attended a meeting with some Somerset residents at Willie's. Attended, this time was the Dolphins crab feed. The DBC was last time, I think, last meeting, city council meeting. Attended the oratorical for, it's like Adams and Pioneer and Edna, and it's so many schools, and they hosted at Liberty, so that was great. A meeting with a trilogy club called the WOW Group, so met with them. Attended the mayor's conference, and also our condolences to John Elam's family. Attended the memorial for that, and he was very active in the community, and we appreciate all of his volunteerism here and around the Bay.
Since our last meeting, I attended the Tri-Delta Transit Board meeting. I did a ride-along on Point in Time Day with the Brentwood Police Department. Thank you especially to Sergeant Manow, Community Services Officer Stanley, and Community Engagement Officer Bollinger, who gave me a really intensive and comprehensive tour of the sites where volunteers were not able to go. Volunteers for a point in time count stay in the car. So we were able to get out of the car and walk under overpasses, that kind of thing, to get a real sense of what the reality is for our homeless population within Brentwood. Very educational. Those numbers they're not out yet. They looked very low, but I think the reality is a point in time count is basically just a comparison one year after the other, isn't necessarily a reflection of the actual numbers of unhoused people in our city. I also attended the Bureau of Land Management virtual town hall and made comments about the oil and gas leasing and development. Did an interview, video and interview podcast with Moms Building Community and Tomorrow's Table Talk, and I believe they're going to interview the city manager next. attended the Brentwood Union School District Brentwood Black History Month oratorical event, a planning meeting with Trilogy's Women of Wisdom group for an April presentation, met with Harvest Time representatives and staff to kind of bring Harold, being new to this conversation, into the latest information about the Ag Innovation Center. Attended the mayor's conference and a presentation from the food bank, the grand opening of Namaste Plaza South Indian Market and pending restaurant. The restaurant's not open yet. The Delta 6 quarterly meeting with all 4 East County cities and the county supervisors. It was interesting. There was a lot of discussion around regional tourism, the tourism that was brought up at the last meeting. We talked about response to ICE because the San Francisco Immigrant Center is going to be moving to Concord, so there's a lot of concern about increased presence of ICE and the need to really be proactive and thoughtful in planning for that. We tried to hold the Aging and Disabilities Friendly Community Committee meeting last night, and I only mention it because if anybody planned to tune in or come, it didn't happen. We had tech problems, and staff worked really hard to try and bring everything back up, but we finally determined that we needed to cancel it. So that will be rescheduled. Please look for that. And I watched the Board of Supervisors annual board retreat meeting that was held in Antioch to try and get a little bit more understanding of the project we discussed tonight and others. And Harold, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sure, thank you, thank you, Mayor. Since we last met, actually, I'll start from the bottom and work my way up. I met with staff and Vice Mayor on the Juneteenth planning process. I've also had several meetings with the CIP project team, very enlightening across the board. I had a meeting with Rabbi Goldman along with the police chief. That was a very productive meeting. We talked about the holiday season and often what happens during the holiday season. So hopefully, to start a campaign of allowing people to worship and be safe during the holiday season. I also met with the mayor with the ag meeting to discuss the Ag Innovation Center. Also got a chance to tour the Sand Creek Sports Complex. It's moving along quite well. Today is my 101 day here at the city of Brentwood. And I presented the council with the top 10 list of about 100 potential projects for us to be working on in the future. We had interviews for the assistant city manager. We had 118 applications to start out with, whittled it down to about nine individuals. Got some really good responses back. I also want to let the council know that we have a public information team. We call it the PIT. We meet every Monday and we talk about what was released last week and what we're releasing this week in terms of public information. Also, to end the note that the mayor and I did meet this week with the Delta 6, and one of our conversations was about ag tourism and really kind of seeing if the entire Delta 6 wanted to work with us on being able to spin off some tourism from the major events like FIFA and the Super Bowl.
Thank you. This now moving into the new agenda item requests, if you have anything.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about autonomous vehicles in Brentwood. So I'd like to bring in a conversation about just autonomous vehicles in general. So the Waymos, the DoorDash, the Uber Eats, all of those kinds of things. I think we need to discuss it. Is it something we want in our town? Is it something we don't want? And then bring the public in to also have those opinions. Because I also don't think it's fair, I get pretty passionate, but, you guys are working on something, but you don't know how we feel about it. So I think that maybe getting at the beginning of things about how we feel about it might save staff time if it's something like, council doesn't really want this, and you spend 2 years working on something, then we're like, we don't want it. So I think it's important we talk about that before we get any further.
Harold, your light's on. I wasn't sure if you had a comment. Is that request clear?
Do you have a second? If not, I'll second it.
That's fine. Yeah. So,
For this process, we don't need the second. It will come back on the next agenda for discussion and then direction to staff at that point.
Perfect. Thank you, Amanda. Okay. Any comments anywhere else? Okay. Moving into item J1. This is a request from myself and Councilmember Mendoza regarding content standards for the city's website and the Better in Brentwood website pages and the use of press releases. Did you want to start?
Yeah, we've always been pretty strict about our city website is city business. And we did have one restaurant posted, and at that time I spoke to the interim city manager, and we did say no more businesses on the city page. That's why we pay Better in Brentwood. So I think we need to have clear direction for staff. Even this week with the DoorDash being, like, the DoorDash is on an agenda. I'm not necessarily sure why we did a second post on it. But I think because it almost felt like you guys, like not you guys, but the post was whipping votes to like make that popular, where I think if it's gonna be an agenda, let it come to the agenda, let us have an opinion. Like we can communicate that it's happening, which is what we do, but I think that that post was definitely had a position, and that made me uncomfortable before it came to council. So I would like our city page to be the resource for city business and the Better in Brentwood page to be the business, fun, that kind of page.
And you're talking about social media pages.
Social media pages, yes.
Okay, and I think this came about because there was a press release, and you know, everybody loves a press release. It brings more attention to new businesses. But what concerned me a little bit was looking like we're playing favorites. And I think if we are going to do a press release for something outside of very specific newsworthy information, that there should be some criteria to that. And I think if we were going to, for example, now on the DoorDash thing, I would not be opposed to that if it's a list of agenda items, but when it's singled out specifically, that's where it got a little confusing for me. I feel like if we're going to do some sort of announcement for new businesses, it should be across the board. That's where the Better in Brentwood comes from. If we're going to do press releases that are news specific, maybe there's a different format, maybe they go out to a different distribution list. I just feel like this is something we need to get cleared up moving forward.
Well, and I mean, let's be honest about it. The businesses have come to us and they do feel like there's favorites being played. So I think that we need to make sure that the playing field is level for everyone.
And if it does look like there is some sort of announcement for a new business that comes out, I'm fine with that. I just think we just need to be clear on press release news versus something else, because I also don't want to get to the point where we're doing so many press releases that, you know, it's like a way that cried wolf kind of thing and people aren't paying as much attention if things get over diluted. So I'd just like to have the conversation. Are there any questions on this? Okay, moving into public comments, please.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We didn't receive any written public comments in advance of the meeting. I have no in-person speaker cards or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Does have any questions? She's on.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Do you want to make it? You never get to make motion.
Let's see. I move that staff spend time and resources to explore some criteria and direction around press releases and posts on city pages versus Better in Brentwood pages, social media, and website.
And I'll second that.
Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orland,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, and the motion passes. Thank you. And we need one more motion.
I make
And
a
that is-
motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say second? Do we adjourn? Well, actually, we're not adjourning as much as we are, what is the word? It's not a,
We are adjourning. The next meeting is separately agendized, so
oh,
we
it
would
is an
adjourn this
adjournment.
meeting,
Okay,
please.
great. So then can we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Councilmember Maloney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson,
Yes, and I'm alone.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlemans,
Yes.
Mayor Meyer.
Yes, thank you. We were going to move into a special council meeting at this point.
We do need to call the special meeting to order and then open public comments. And then we lost what? Oh, she may have gone over to the Zoom session, and that's fine. We do have a quorum present.
Okay. We are now entering into our second special council meeting of the evening. We have a quorum and we can begin with a roll call, please.
Councilmember Maloney?
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson is absent. Councilmember Mendoza? Here. Councilmember Orlemans?
Here.
Mayor Meyer?
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The public comment time for tonight's items will be 2 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
At this time, members of the public are permitted to address the City Council on items listed on the special meeting agenda. If you would like to speak, please file a speaker card. And I have no speaker cards requested in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. I'd like to, in a moment, get a motion to recess to closed session. I'd also like to announce that we are going to adjourn from closed session, not come back into chambers. So can we get a motion to recess, please?
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call?
Councilmember Maloney?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pearson is absent. Councilmember Mendoza? Councilmember Orlemans?
Yes.
Mayor Meyer?
Yes, we are now in recess to closed session. Thank you, everyone.